Good evening, everybody. Good evening. It's your host, Color Commentary. We got a special weather special, TFTG weather special tonight for you guys. Stick around. We're going to give you all the coverage on this storm coming in, and make sure you're hitting the like button.
Turner Yell makes the stop in the secondary for Denver. 1st and 10. The fake. Good block in there, and down it goes. Caught at the 30. This is the dynamic Hill. He's in for 6. Tyreek Hill. Touchdown. What a block.
Take into your hands a plan. Your own hands can land your own brand. And damn, I feel like no one takes accountability. They want the credibility, convincingly unwilling to put in the hours it takes to get some power. Don't be f***ing sour. Take a cold shower. Scream until you're louder. Work until you're prouder. And f*** all the doubters. They're just your downers. I swear to God they all let me down. I always fought just to wear the crown. I'm f***ed off, it's these f***ing clowns who were all taught they deserve an ounce. It's only worth it if you work for it.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your top of the hour report from Port St. Lucie. Conditions continue to start to get even worse. It is raining really hard. As you can see, look at the water flow right off of my roof. Unbelievable, right? Gusts of wind is coming by and flying by and whatnot. We've already had multiple reports of tornado touchdowns, more touchdowns than even Tua has thrown for this season. Everyone, please be safe. As you can start to see here, and I'll try and show you guys the angle here, you start to see my street starting to flood across the street. My neighbor's house over there, you can see some flooding going on. It is getting very, very chaotic here, and the hurricane hasn't even made landfall yet. This is all the weather bands and storm that's precipitating at the same time. So make sure you're safe. Buckle down. It's going to be one hell of a ride. Hit the like button, everybody. This is your report.
Once again, good evening, everybody. I hope everybody is safe where they're at, feeling good. We are going to bring you continuing coverage of the landfall of Hurricane Milton. As you can see, most of the eye wall has made it on, the eastern part of the eye wall has made it onto shore, and the center of circulation is approaching the coastline way ahead of schedule. We were looking at a landfall of midnight, then we thought it'd be 7 a.m., then we thought it'd be 4 a.m., then it was back to midnight. Now we are actually witnessing the landfall of Hurricane Milton throughout this hour, and we're going to be here for it. You can see that most of the state is covered in all kinds of nastiness. Reports of tornadoes all over the place in South Florida, southeastern Florida, southern Florida, southwestern, the central Florida area. I mean, we got guys on the ground. We got Ali in Port St. Lucie giving us updates. We got Capitan up in the St. Augustine area giving us updates. He's next on the list. And, of course, we got Shakeover in Punta Gorda on the West Coast, right in the thick of it, sending us images all day. We're going to show you all the footage we got. We got a whole bunch of footage. Footage that's been all over the web, footage we took ourselves. And we're going to follow this right along and make sure that we keep each other safe. Again, as I told you all the time, these boogers can produce tornadoes. And today, we got to witness, finally, the normal. This is the normal. You can see that line right there, right off the east coast of Florida. That's the line that produced all the tornadoes today in South Florida. And there should be a couple more lines coming this evening. We're in a little break in the action. However, Tampa, not St. Petersburg, Clearwater, Sarasota, not out of the action right now. They are taking the northeast side of the eye wall as we speak. And it looks like we're looking at a Category 3 storm. The eye blew open right before landfall. Fortunately, has weakened the storm a little bit. But we're going to get reports as it passes through to see exactly what kind of damage has been done. We'll get a clearer idea of how strong this storm is. But as you can see, it's wrapping right around to the south. Landfall is somewhere right about between Sarasota and Venice, or the Port Charlotte area. As as I told you, it could have been anywhere from Venice to Clearwater, and it looks like it's just south of Sarasota, between that gap between Sarasota and Port Charlotte. So that's where we're at now. The wind field map shows that the center of circulation is just off the coast. I mean, it's probably in delay a little bit. When I pump it up to 8 o'clock, advance it to 8 o'clock or 10 o'clock, it puts the center of circulation right off the coast. So the wind field map is a little behind schedule. But as we're seeing right now near the eye, it's showing wind speeds coming in from the north at upwards of 67 miles an hour. That's likely actually stronger on the ground. I'm seeing a mark of 65 right here near the eye. And these numbers are always lower than what they actually are in the storm. I just saw a 68. So it's already ramping up for these guys that are in Tampa area right now. They're experiencing true hurricane force winds, and it's going to continue into the night as the backside of the eye wall passes through onto shore. They'll get another round of this, and a lot of that'll fill in. If it continues to lift up and out more towards the north and southeastern Florida, could expect to clear out pretty soon, probably by early mid-morning. If it fills in all that moisture, then we could be in for another round of tornado outbreak tomorrow. So everybody keep watching the skies. Everybody north of me, I'm in West Palm Beach. Everybody north of me along the East Coast, Central Florida, the Panhandle, every one of you got to be mindful of tornadoes. We already know this thing is producing them. And our one of our other correspondents, y'all know him well, Mr. Polk, he's been monitoring the Weather Channel for us. Weather Channel reporting that there has been at least 134 tornado warnings issued by the National Weather Service today in Florida. 134, and more to come. So I'm going to keep monitoring the radar with you guys, see if we can pick out any of these danger cells and make sure everybody knows when to get safe. I got Capitan back. Before we start pulling up some of all this footage we gotten all day and talk about it a little more, let's see what Cap's experiencing up there in the St. Augustine area. What you got going on?
Well, we're all right.
That's not the one. That's the one I wanted.
Yeah, we're all good. We've had rain nonstop since yesterday. I don't know. I would say about 2:30. It hadn't stopped raining, so it's been raining nonstop for 30 hours, and it doesn't look like how the radar is showing. Doesn't look like it's gonna slow down. Again, nope. You're in South Florida. We've been talking all week, you, me, and the boys and everything like that. And you guys telling me it's hot down there. And I've been telling y'all it's fucking got a bite here. It's significantly colder these last couple of days heading into the storm than it should have been. Because as this heat and this storm is drawing in all the power that it's got, it's pulling whatever winds are north of us down, which are inevitably colder air. It's pulling that colder air down, and as
these winds move up to the north, they meet right up with that cold air, and it's nice and warm. And guess what happens when that happens?
It's literally a giant tornado right going through the middle of the state right now.
Yeah, pretty much. Really quick, AJ's reporting Ocala is having a very hard time right now. It says it's very serious up there in Ocala right now. And as you can see, these waves of bands flowing out to the Ocala region. My mouse is right about where the Ocala region is at. And you can see this one band right here north of Orlando, northwest of Orlando. That's likely what he's experiencing right now. So it's going to be like this. This storm's going to come through just like this. Okay. And all of this is just going to cycle over the northern part of Florida and central part of Florida until it goes all the way through. So this is going to be repeating all night long.
So we've got friends and family throughout, right? Like, I got family all around this area. I got a great uncle who's out in Palaca that, you know, as soon as this is over, I got to go check on him. Like over the storm. I'm not going to over the show. I'm not driving tonight. But we also have, you know, Tomp 7, his dad's down in Lake Placid area. And
which is right about right here. Are you guys seeing my mouse on the screen when I'm pointing at it?
It's hard to see color,
but it's showing up though, right?
It is showing up. Yes.
Right. I'll blow it up. But yeah, Lake Placid is right around this area right here. South of Orlando, a little north of the lake.
But heading into this storm, right? Like category 3, 4, what was it going to be? He's going to touch down as a 4. He's going to get to a 5, all that stuff. That didn't really mean, I mean, it does mean stuff, but it was apparent to me that the two things, the rain, because it'd been raining all across the state a lot heading up to this storm. And so flooding is a problem. And then also the tornadoes. That was my number one concern with this thing, is the tornadoes. Because the hurricane force winds, you know, outside of the eye wall, and by the time, you know, don't get me wrong, the coastline of Pinellas County and everything like that, all those they're in trouble, but that's part of, you know, what you get living on the coastline, right? Anyhow, other than that, the hurricane force winds wasn't my major concern as much as the tornado. Like when these are this late in the year and it's cooler air coming down, I mean, dude, we're in the middle of October, damn near. Tornadoes are the problem. When it's like one that comes in like August or, you know, September, those ones just get really fast and strong. They come through you real quick. So the hurricane force winds are worse. It doesn't really slow down when it hits the state. You know what I'm saying? So those are problems. It's these ones that are like this, that come up, go up, down the state. They squat down on the state, rain a shit ton. They're pulling all the weather systems in every direction towards it. These are the ones that are problems right here, color. You know, I mean, by and large, like those other ones, yeah, they're a problem in the path of the eye wall. But these are a problem for everybody in the state. You know what I'm saying? Like all of South Florida really not getting the rain or hurricane force winds that everyone was expecting, but certainly getting all of the damn tornadoes right now. As you stated, 135 have touched down.
Yeah, 134 tornado warnings, which is probably about 90% of those would actually be tornadoes on the ground.
I sent you a
and as you can see, though, look, check this out, bro. This is the actual storm, you know, as it came through earlier. And you can see right around West Palm Beach. Watch this whole area, Palm Beach County down to Fort Lauderdale, and watch this explosion. Boom. That's where all the tornadoes came today. That explosion was where you saw the line of tornadoes come in today in the whole area, all the way south into Fort Lauderdale, Coral Springs area, Weston, all those places.
It's like the blowback on the once it made contact with the land, like the outer wall of it made contact with the land. It just kind of boom like that.
Well, that's right about which you have all of the things meeting right there, the cold, the warm, and then the hot, dry air injected from the south, and it just blows up like a bomb. Look at all that. Boom, right there. All of that was what we saw earlier today, and you can see more to come behind it as everything cycles through. Now, according to this, the tracker, they don't have it made landfall yet, and they have it going through Sarasota. However, we know from looking at the radar that the circulation, the eye wall has already moved on between Sarasota, right about Venice is where landfall's at. Because the center of circulation is about right here, center of the eye, already on the radar. So this is a little off. You know what I mean? And this suggests landfall in Sarasota about 10 o'clock, 12 o'clock at night, but it's already happening right now in this area over Venice, as you saw on the radar. Real quick before I bring the radar back up, look how this thing moves in. I mean, what a massive storm.
That depression that's above it, is that storm that was above it that's been absorbed into it now? The one we were talking about on the East
this
Coast?
was the one. This right here was the one that went through the Florida Straits ahead of Milton the other day.
And so it's not really getting pulled in so much,
This,
but it is feeding.
right.
It is feeding.
And the inflow to this is what, along with the southerly winds, is what pushed Milton to the north.
Yeah.
Instead of hitting like us, you know what I mean?
Yeah. But it
And
is
so it's
feeding
going to
it
follow
right now.
this. It's going to follow this out, and they're both going to whisk away into the North Atlantic, not
Really?
affecting the United States seaboard.
We're expecting it not to squat on the eastern seaboard
Correct.
and ride up.
Correct. It should ride out all the way. See how Leslie is going? They're all three going to go out that way towards Europe or up into the North Atlantic. They're not going to affect the eastern seaboard of the United States, fortunately, because that could even get if this thing. Well, right now that's what they're saying, but if anything can happen. If it ran up the whole coast up into New York, then you're talking about major problems all the way up and down the United States.
I mean, New York gets hit with a tropical depression, the whole place floods.
Yeah, I mean, and real quick before I come off of this map, we'll look at the current wind field map, which is also a little behind schedule, because as you can see, if I take away the storm track, let me go over to the wind field by itself. You can see where the center of circulation is suggested now. With I'm seeing 71 miles, 74. So it's hurricane force right there. You can see how it changes the speed. There's a 74 right there. That's hurricane force. And then it says now, if I advance it to 11 p.m., it's landfall just in Sarasota. But again, as we've seen on the radar, the center of it's already over Venice and moving in. But you can see some of these wind reports as it's in, and yeah, I mean, it's nothing to be trifled with. You're looking at 66 there, and remember on this wind field map, these numbers are lower than they actually are in real life. So it's showing at 74 miles an hour. That's likely an 85 mile an hour wind coming in, because I can't hit the exact spot. It's not like there's all kinds of resolution on this map. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no,
74.
it's not meant to do that.
So you can see all around the center, 74, 72.
Yeah, check on the out for this out wall.
Right.
Because those
are
those ones pulling.
So let's say right now, Bradenton is experiencing 57 mile an hour winds right at its coast. St. Petersburg, 48 mile an hour, 50 miles an hour, 52 in the bay. Behind the bay in Tampa, you're looking at right currently 35.
We look like we got Ali color, if you want to.
Right on.
What's up, Ali? You're on mute.
Yeah, I'm here, guys. So just to give you an update, the rain in Port St. Lucie has stopped for once. It's actually very weird. It is very windy, but the wind height, I would say, is much higher, right?
Mm-hmm.
The trees are really not moving, but you can hear the gust of the wind, right? And you can't really see it right now, but if you look up into the sky, the clouds are moving at a speed I personally have never seen before. They are moving much faster than normal, right?
What you're looking at is you're looking at the clouds that are inflowing towards the storm.
Yeah, so they're moving very, very quickly. You can hear like the trees, like the top of the trees starting to creak and whatnot. I can tell there's a storm.
Doesn't it feel like it's gathering the whole atmosphere and sending it to the northwest?
Kind of, yeah. It's kind of weird.
You mean?
And it's so weird that across the street it looks like it's windier than here.
His winds are coming out of the southeast, going to the northwest at the moment.
Got you.
I think we're starting to get another band, to be honest. And we also have another storm headed this way because I can see the lightning coming closer and closer.
Now, Cap, out
So-
here off the edge of the eye a little bit, there's a 75. There's a 77 right out here off the western side of the eye.
That's what I was saying.
There's
like
an
those,
80. There's an
the
80
bottom.
right there.
Look, the bottom part, right where the
84.
Yep, the bottom part is where it really comes whipping around. Now,
Yep.
Focus out, Color.
It's the centrifugal force that,
Go
causes
out.
it to
Keep
speed
going.
up right there.
Keep going. Now come to the edge where the purple meets. Go down right there, right to Fort Myers or Naples area. Yeah, little right
Right.
there. Yep, right there. Now pull that up. Focus that in. Yeah, right there, buddy.
Yeah, you're looking at 56, 54, 56, 57, 60 up into Cape Coral. Cape Coral's got 61, 65 right now in Cape Coral.
So real quick, here's a map of all of the touchdown warnings that went into place where there was
You saw that? Oh, you got that? Cool. Look
there
at that.
it is.
Is that
That is
amazing or what?
everywhere it went today so far.
That's called a tornado outbreak.
That is a literal outbreak of tornadoes when
That's
it
what your
made,
typical spring day in the Midwest looks like in the afternoon.
because albeit at first, right, the storm approached kind of slow onto land, and the rain kind of gathered in, and it was almost like it got, as soon as it touched land, it pulled all this moisture that, well, it's been crazy for the last couple days. All these rainstorms have been coming from the east going west, and now here it is coming west back up to east. It's literally cycloning over
Right.
everything.
Remember
right now.
the other day I showed you all the southerly winds coming up from the Caribbean that I said we're going to push the storm north? Those southerly winds coming up are what are injecting the dry air into the bottom, which is causing these tornadoes, like making it more susceptible for tornadoes to form. It's that due south wind that's coming up into this whole area that's basically lifting up all that soppy moisture that was here before the storm got here, and
So-
it's feeding it into all these supercells that are cycling around the hurricane.
Real quick, everybody, hit the like button, get the likes up. Lots of people watching on X. Everybody watching on X, please come over to YouTube. Get the likes up, because we're going to be over here doing this today and tomorrow. I'm going to be live on location out in areas during the storm. So hit the like button, subscribe, and help us out. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna be carrying you through this storm as long as we got power and as long as we got internet, and one of the lot of us spread out through the corners of the state can host this up. We will, and do our best to bring you live on location via cell phone of what's going on.
Yep.
I have another map, Color, I'm going to share real
And
quick.
I will be monitoring the southeast in my area for these. See all these supercells dragging in.
I think we're losing you,
They-
Cap. You keep cutting in and out.
When this mess right here, all these bands start rolling in all night, I'm going to be watching the radar down here in West Palm in Palm Beach County area to be trying to make sure that these, we look at these cells to make sure they're not ripe for tornadoes. I want to make sure we're all safe down here too, because y'all aren't going to be able to see them at night. So I'm not an expert at reading radar, but I can tell you at least, hey, this cell looks dangerous. You probably need to, this next bit of rain is going to be pretty nasty, or be mindful of a tornado. You know what I mean? So,
Well,
this stuff right here that you see in the west is going to be cycling in our area, dragging up from the south to the north.
Here's every spot a tornado has touched down right here, Color. I'm going to share the screen real quick. Every dot is a tornado. Every single one. There's even been some already up here in the Daytona, Deltona, Ocala, Palm Coast. As you can see at the top of the screen, they've already had funnels and touches, smaller ones than the ones we've seen down south. So it's already begun, and that was earlier today.
See that dot by the P in West Palm Beach?
Yeah.
That's the one that hit the Publix in Lockahatchee, bro. That's my mom's Publix.
This one right here?
Yep, that one right there. That's the one
Right
that hit
there.
Lockahatchee. No, the one to the left a little bit. Yeah.
The outside one. Yep.
Yeah, that
And
road
again-
right there is 441.
I saw video coverage from Palm Beach Gardens. They got hit with the tornado there, and there was some pretty massive damage. Cars flipped over and everything.
Yep.
So we've got tons and tons and tons of video coming up.
See
and
the
now
one,
look, this is
real
the
quick,
bottom.
see the one that's on the W in Yeehaw Junction?
Yeah.
That's the one from the footage we saw from the one in Clewiston this morning. Or this afternoon. That's the really nasty big F4 that was in Clewiston.
Yeah,
I was reading, Color, that F3s or higher are very rare during a hurricane. They were actually kind of surprised they got some, to be honest, from what I was understanding.
I think
That one on the
because
Yeehaw
our air
Junction?
was so
That's not where
thick with
Clewiston is,
water.
Color. Clewiston is down over in straight across. Clewiston's right here.
No,
This
it
is where
should be
Clewiston's
right
at.
north of the lake.
No, I don't know, Color.
They said it was west northwest of the Miccosukee Service Plaza is where they said it was.
You see where these cyclones are right there? That's
Right.
where Clewiston is, bro. I'm pretty
Okay,
certain.
so like
either here or there.
I said, they
Or
originally they
here.
said it was west northwest of the Miccosukee Service Plaza, wherever that's
then
at.
that could be. It could be over here too. Then, Color. Maybe
But
that's.
but
where-
Reed showed the same footage and said it was Yeehaw. But now he's not a Floridian, so he might not have known where he was at. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, Yeehaw Junction's out there, but that's Yeehaw
Well,
Junction.
he could have been viewing it from Yeehaw Junction too.
Could be.
Isn't Yeehaw Junction between Port St. Lucie and Melbourne?
Yes, it
Yes,
is actually.
exactly. But
It's right
I
off the
don't think-
turn. It's the last service plaza before you get to 75 off the turnpike.
Clewiston is like close to Belle Glade, so that's way too
Right,
far
right.
away.
That's what I thought. I hope
Yeah, no, he's
Clewiston,
wrong.
right.
So, I mean, as you guys can see, obviously here in the Tampa Bradenton area on the face of the storm, that's where a lot has touched down in this area. But the bigger and
The Fort
more-
Myers one is the one
the
we
more
saw all
f-
the footage come out of.
the more formed one started here and
Mhm.
came this way up all the way to Palm Bay and around.
Correct.
This is where the open end of the storm, where everything's coming on the backside with large forces that are traveling hundreds of miles. And there's, dude, it's Florida. It's flat as hell out here. I don't know if you guys know this or not, but
No,
it's not like it's super
they
flat
look
in
like-
Florida.
They
It's-
looked like
it's-
little brush fires all over the radar today, Cap, when I was looking at it, when I was watching it.
Yes, it's again, I've been trying to say, look out. This is gonna have a lot of fucking tornadoes.
Now, where Ali's at, he's actually at a junction point where you have a lot of the stuff coming from the southwest moved into his area and the stuff cycling in off the coast. They're both meeting at that point. So Ali has seen tornadoes west of him and east of him today.
So look,
They've been coming
as
in
you
all
can see,
directions at Ali today. You know what I mean? In Port
as
St.
you can see by
Mhm.
colors, by what is on the cast right there.
It-
in that
it's
area, we're
refreshing
looking
now.
at-
It'll go in motion here in a second, and you'll see what I'm talking about.
You'll see where the tornadoes are most devastating and what the land looks like when it was being most devastating.
So once
These-
this refreshes
see-
here, so you see
see
how
how
they're
it
all
moves?
coming up from the south. All this stuff from the southwest is coming up and exiting out Port St. Lucie.
It's
But
the bands,
earlier
bro.
today, when the storm was further back, this stuff over here was also cycling into Ali. So he was getting stuff from both sides coming right at this junction point.
Yeah.
And
Port St.
that's
Lucie.
how we ended up with this.
Exactly. You're exactly right, bro.
That's how we ended up with this.
You're spot on, man.
Draw
And
it back a
because
little, color.
And because
Draw it
we're
back a
further
little.
out from the faster storm winds, and our air was so thick today leading up to this storm. That's probably why these cells were able to slow down, back build, gather up, and produce bigger tornadoes than you usually see in a tropical system.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because our air was
Color,
so like right now, it's so muggy I can barely breathe.
Color, you've been watching this and keeping track of some of the other storms. I understand there's another storm on the back end of Milton already starting to form.
I heard that, but I didn't see a yellow X on the National Weather Service's thing. You know what I mean? There's no X
Yeah. I'm not saying it's part of Milton that's starting, but I'm talking about like there's another storm to kind of keep an eye out for that may be coming later on, is what I'm saying.
Again, it would probably already be an area of interest with a yellow X on the national.
Oh, okay. So your thing would have an X on it. I got you. Okay. I was just trying to see if you heard anything about it. I was reading that there's like 2 other storms out there.
And by the way, this radar is a different radar from NOAA. It's called a Now Coast. It's meant for it's NOAA's section for their marine, like all their marine advisories. So this is like the radar that the people in the marine world use, from NOAA.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's kind of glitchy, not gonna lie.
Well, it loads up every time I zoom in or out. It has to load up again. Once it does, it flows. You know what I mean? Plus, I can speed it up. I think I got it at the fastest.
That entire broadside where it's like opening up like a mushroom right around there, that's the dangerous part. And it gets more dangerous when it all clears out, like how it's clearing out and there's just scattered small storms. That's all the wind.
Right.
And that wind is what's dangerous.
Right. And all this stuff right here is potential tornadic cells.
That's right.
Stuff.
Every little drop is one because that wind is it's pulling it in a circle. And this is what it's done. This is the type of shit we're talking about.
Watch this line right here that goes across Coral Springs. This is the line that produced the last batch of tornadoes before they all ended tonight.
Look at that. I mean, that ain't no little tornado color. That is a devastating. Everything getting destroyed in its path.
Which one that's from? Is that Fort Myers?
That's the Fort Myers one. This is the Fort Myers one.
I mean, that's a proper F2 right there, at least.
I'm saying, bro, that is a proper tornado.
And look at you. You've even got multiple vortices swirlings around the front edge. Look at that.
Exactly.
And you've got anticyclonic activity.
I mean,
so in other words, the stuff around it will be rotating clockwise around the counterclockwise rotation of the main tornado.
The whole face of the cloud itself is rotating as much that's probably one that when it dissipated, reset down somewhere else.
Correct.
Later down the line.
I already suspect, Cap, that tornado that crossed 75 in Broward County this morning, I think that's precisely what happened. I think that same mesocyclone lifted up and set back down in Clewiston. I think that's the same tornado from Broward that hit Clewiston as a bigger wedge tornado. Because that's the life cycle of a tornado. They look sort of, when they start, they look sort of like it did in Broward, and they end sort of like they do when they're monsters. They end like they did in Clewiston as a big wedge. I think that might be the actual same mesocyclone from both tornadoes. I can't confirm it, obviously, but I really suspect it.
Well, Color, we need confirmation, so get on that. No, I'm just kidding. We've got tons and tons and tons of footage of these tornadoes that have set down literally everywhere. They've set down literally all over the place. Let me see if I can get you another one. Oh, we got some footage from Shake Money. You want to show that, Color?
Sure.
Yeah, let's go ahead. A little bit of footage from Shake showing where the flooding is starting to happen in his area in Southwest Florida. This was earlier today. As you can see, the water levels begin to rise, and really, the rain has only begun to set in.
Give me $100 if I jump in there.
So
they are actually, everybody's actually reporting official landfall now. So it's about 8 hours ahead of schedule.
It's crazy.
That's how it goes sometimes. It's the hardest thing for them to produce speed and time frame. It's easy for them to predict direction now, but it's a lot harder to produce how fast it's going to go and how slow coming in. So their time frames are usually off. However, my original estimation back on my show 2 days ago was for 11 p.m. midnight tonight. I was only 2.5 hours behind schedule.
Let me ask you this, Color. would that be because of the eye deteriorating and reforming like a new eye? Is that how it kind of sped up for the landfall
Well,
to
usually
be a lot sooner?
an eye replacement will slow it down until like the actual replacement finishes. Then it kind of gains a little speed forward movement, potentially. Now, what if you notice? You see the different color in the ocean? How it's darker blue and then it's lighter.
Yeah.
That's because there's a shelf right there, and so this is a lot shallower water. Okay, and I think what a lot of people also need to realize is the reason Tampa hasn't suffered a Cat 4 or 5 in 100 years is because of that shallow water. This was always destined to likely weaken as it approached landfall.
Mm.
It doesn't have to, depending on, a lot of other conditions, but without any other kind of injecting forces and whatever else, that shallower water is why the eye opened up. If you notice back, a couple frames back here, you can literally see the eye is like a quarter size on the screen, and then it opens up to like a $50, which is where it's at right now.
So yeah, Sarasota is where the tip of the eye wall has started, and Venice to Inglewood is where the eye ends, and it's moving directly northeast the whole time. So
Yep.
I mean, how fast it moves now that it's officially on landfall, we'll figure that out. But here again is another one from Shake during the day. Shake not too far away from where it's hitting in the Punta Gorda, Charlotte County area.
Yeah, if he's
This
in
was as
Charlotte
it
County, he's a
approaches.
lot closer to landfall than he originally thought he'd be.
That's right. We thought we were gonna. I mean, at
'Cause
least
it's just
50
north
miles
of Port
north.
Charlotte.
Yep.
Anybody hear from Lewis? I haven't heard from Lewis. I don't know if he was okay.
talking to
He
Lewis
had a
earlier
space up
today.
until about what 6 o'clock or so. He was running a Twitter space.
Yeah,
Was he? I haven't been on Twitter, so I don't know.
He's been on the Twitter, just doing his thing most of the day. So I'm
There
sure
he is, right
everything's
there.
fine. There's Lou. Lou, if you want to do
Ask and you
live,
shall receive, Ali.
Lou, if you want to do live from Tampa, get on the camera and give us a live action. That would be pretty dope. We got guys at all corners of the storm right now.
Yeah, he should be experiencing hurricane force winds by now.
Hell yeah.
He said he's getting hit hard.
Yeah,
Yep.
he is. Keep safe, brother. Call me if you need anything.
And that's not going to change for a little while, Lewis. Hunker down. It'll be a couple hours of that, man.
Yep. I mean, Joe Rist.
Well, as you can see on the radar, if you want to just grab that really quick, Cap. Here, I got it. As you can see on the radar, right up, I don't know exactly where Lewis is at, but if he's up in, more of this area, as you can see, he's not getting any respite from the eye. This is circulating around him right here, hurricane force, and he's got nothing but hurricane force following it for the next couple hours. He don't have the eye basically coming right over him. So all of this right here, look, you can see it do it. Now it's going to change direction on him and come back this way when all of this comes in. He's not going to get any break in the action. It's going to be hurricane force for the next couple hours for Lewis, maybe longer.
Yep. We in it, boys. We in it. So here's the latest video from Shake, which this one being a more recent one. So we'll play the whatchamacallit, because this kind of, hold on a second. Where is it? Hold on. God damn it. I want to get use out of it.
God, I love our radar being.
It's reporting from Charlotte County, Shake Money, giving a live look.
What's up, y'all? Right now, that's good. right before, hours before the storm. So, there we go.
There it is. Live look from Shake Money. We've got Lou in the building.
What is up, Lou?
Lewis, tell us, man.
Hey,
How is it?
What's going
What-
on,
Getting hammered?
fellas?
What does 80-90 look like, bro?
Well, it's a little dark where I'm at. Now the winds have kind of slowed down for the moment. Let me go. I'm outside here.
All right, let's get him on
You
the
might
solo.
be getting just a little piece of the eye.
Yeah.
You
You're
might
getting
be
the
getting
eye.
just a little smidge of it.
Yeah.
You got
Here
the
it
eye
comes.
coming out.
It's about to start picking up.
Oh, yeah.
It's just so dark around here, but here goes some of the trees. Let me try to walk up a little bit further.
I'm guessing he's right there at the top edge of the eye, getting a little bit of clearing, and then it's
Yup.
going to hammer you in
Yeah.
about another half hour.
Yeah, it was just pouring. It's like, I guess since it's circulating or whatever, it comes real hard, then it takes a break for like a minute, 2 minutes, and then it comes right back around, and it's just.
Well, your next batch, Lewis, should be set in for a little while. You're not going to have the waves on this next batch. It's going to be set in after this next batch starts coming in.
Yeah, it's, it is.
I
what
mean,
it is, man. We're
estimated,
hungry.
obviously.
I'm glad to hear you're okay, Lewis. I didn't know you had a show going on earlier. Otherwise, I would have listened in.
Yep.
Oh, no worries. I had to leave it because it kind of knocked out my power here for a minute.
Word up. Shake, how you doing down there, buddy?
I'm outside having a cigar and rum and coke.
That's my boy. That's my boy. Hold on. Let's get Shake. Shake, you got a live look outside? Let's see a live look outside. Uh-oh. He's getting
Had a live look.
We're getting the shakes from Shake. Yeah, we'll see if we can get him back live.
We lost Shake for a minute.
Yeah,
Partly because he's sitting in a hurricane right now.
Yeah, Lou, it sounds like you're gonna be getting hammered there for a minute, bro.
Yeah, it's not looking good out here, fellas.
I don't know if you can see the radar on your phone there, Lou, but that's pretty much what it's looking like right now. You're about to get the western side of the eye wall.
Yup.
Next hour or so.
Yeah, we in it, boys. We in it all over. Oh, look, Shake's back. Shake, it looked like a second you stepped outside, you got frozed. You're on mute now, and your phone's foggy as fuck.
Okay, yeah, no, that's because my front end is. I'm using my iPhone. I don't want to use my other phone because I don't want to lose the battery on that. So hold on.
Oh yeah, Shake getting it. Shake getting it right now.
Oh yeah.
Yep, we in there. Well, damn, boys. That was nice of Lou to come through. Lou, stay safe. We'll be on for a while. Maybe come back and re-report. If you catch some good shit, you might need to see it. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to go take a peek outside and see what the action's got going on in my part, because I haven't really – again, we've been just raining nonstop. There's been some gusts here and there, but it's been nonstop rain, which is why – I don't know, right before, about 2 hours before supper, we went out and got the bags and bagged the front door area because to keep the water out, because we're expecting the water levels to rise in this area for sure.
Yeah, I heard it's an additional 15 inches that you might get from what I understood. And, it's something weird about the St. Augustine area. Over the last year, it seems like it floods in that area a lot more than it has in the past.
Well, there's two reasons for that. First reason being that, number one, they've built a lot around here, right? Over the last couple of years, a lot of building has happened. And then number two, the reason it's been raining is it's always raining in this area now. It seems like it's just always raining. And especially like this, it's been raining off and on the last week and a half. So
y'all want to see something really cool?
So we don't call it. We call it supper in these parts, bud. We in the South, dog.
Y'all want to see something really cool?
Yeah.
This is Hurricane Andrew in 1992. This is the radar images taken from Melbourne. Okay. As the storm comes in, this is the full time lapse track of Hurricane Andrew making landfall in Miami. Here we go.
Damn, that bitch was bad, bro.
Isn't that cool,
Yeah.
man? Look at that.
Look at that thing, dude.
Perfectly formed eye, and it never loses it, dude.
That's
Never
what I was
lost.
about to say, Color. Like, if you notice, the eye never went away. It didn't even look like it lost strength the way it went over.
No,
You
it did.
know what I'm saying?
Damn thing was terrible.
And as you can see, such a tightly compact storm that look, this is PBIA right here. Look what
Yep.
we got. One round of shit, and that was it. It was nothing the rest of the night. We hardly got anything.
I remember when it came through. I was really, really, really little, and it was a bad storm. And then my dad went down to Miami with his brothers, and they worked forever. I mean, it was just, my dad always said it was like this. He goes, it looked like a giant came by and just drug his hand across the sky or across the ground from the sky.
Right.
So
And
it's
this
just like it just wiped everything down.
The PBIA is only about 80 miles. That's how small the storm was.
So guys,
the
over
worst-
40 in the room here on YouTube, only 18 likes. Get the likes up. We're not doing Dolphins and NFL and sports talk. We need your help to get the algorithm juiced when we're doing completely off topic stuff like this. So hit the like button because we're trying to, I mean, listen, football be there. It's a bye week, literally. So let's actually do something else.
423 people watching overall. Please come to the YouTube side. Come, please
Yes,
hit the
please,
like
dude.
button.
There's
Share
so
with your
many
friends.
people.
Come join the chat. You know,
So many people on Twitter right now. There's like 380 people on Twitter watching.
So the worst. I'll tell you guys a story. I think I told Color this already. So I moved here in to Port St. Lucie in 2003. I moved down to Florida, right? A week after moving here, I believe it was 2003, or maybe it was 2004. It's been a long time. The week after moving here, I got hit with Francis. Less than 5 days after that, I got hit with Gene. And I thought that was the worst, bro. That was my first experience with hurricanes.
One of the worst that we got in Palm Beach County for flooding wasn't really hurricane force, but the flooding was something else. Remember Floyd, Color? Remember that Hurricane Floyd?
Yeah.
How much that son of a bitch flooded Palm
Yeah,
Beach
Floyd
County.
didn't even make landfall. It was like 35 miles off the coast, and it still flooded us out.
It flooded us so bad, bro. In all the years growing up in West Palm that we had hurricanes, that one got water in our house. Like that one had water in the fucking house, bro.
I want to say that was 2006 or 7?
No, that was like 2004,
4 maybe? No, 4 was Francis and Gene and all that.
Yeah, no, I want to say it was like 2000 maybe. It was year
Yeah.
2000.
Yeah.
So
You're
yeah,
right.
guys, hit the like button, get the likes up. We're bringing some of the action. I got another video that circulated around. This is from Vero. Shout out to look at Michael K. Nelson TV rating just in. Milton coverage comes in at number 72, just behind reruns of RuPaul's Drag Race. Jesus.
Well, I tell
God.
you what, the algorithm is helping us because that's what people want to see right now. We got 400 and something watching across YouTube and Twitter right now.
Yeah,
So
no,
Michael
yeah.
this is
K,
the first time, if this is the first time you're ever hearing the Fins tailgate, we drop a virtual tailgate for the Miami Dolphins just about every day. Come over to YouTube and give us
Michael
subscribe
K,
to the channel.
maybe you should stop watching RuPaul's Drag Race since you're the one
Yeah.
giving all the ratings.
I'm just saying. I was gonna point that out too, Ali. RuPaul Drag Race sounds like he's got the full DVD limited edition set. So that's not. Look, real quick. This is Vero Beach, flooding happening in that area. I mean, you can see for yourself. I'm sure this is a lower spot, but I mean, dude, they're in it. This was earlier today in the Vero Beach area. These people are obviously in a lower spot. but got a lot of that early rain. And again, it had been raining here a bunch.
You know, this is only 30 minutes from my house, right? I'm 30 minutes from Bureau, bro. So the fact that they got that, you know, that's crazy. It's nuts, bro. It's just, and we're on the East Coast too. We're not even on the West Coast. That's what's how nutty it is.
That's
I
right.
tell you what, it still beats living in Buffalo.
I'm dead ass, bro. Yep. I'd take these storms every year rather than living in that frozen tundra. Sad place.
Speaking of which, if you are in a flooded area, and I'm not a doctor, and I'm not trying to put doctor information out there, but I am, from my understanding, in flooded areas because of the bacterias and stuff that's out there, there are a lot of infections, especially if you have an open wound on your leg and stuff.
Sewage.
You don't,
it's the raw sewage that gets
the
it in it.
sewage.
That's
Do
what it
not
is.
go walking in that water if you have any cuts or anything on your legs, because I heard infections can be an issue. That's what I've been told.
So obviously, do not wade in the water. Do not drink the water. If you're stuck having to move through the water, it is what it is. It's not going to kill you right away. But understand, in the water is pesticides, chemicals, sewage, garbage. I mean, you name it. All of the rubbish, trash, sewage, the nastiest stuff is now in that water, along with everything else on the land is now in that water, along with everything else that lives in water is also in that water. So keep your ass out of the nasty water if you can help it. If not, prayers to you. This is an image of Margaritaville in Fort Myers, downtown Margaritaville. Absolutely just flooded, bro. Fort Myers area, storm surge, Margaritaville area. Fort Myers. So the storm surge on the backside of the storm is always the worst part of the storm surge because that's why the tornadoes, all that is bad. This is why I worry about Central Florida on the east side, not when it's getting hit, but when it's gone out to the ocean and pulling everything back at it. That's when all this happens. And people learned that lesson years ago about the storm's done, it's gone through, but then the storm surge comes back on the backside and floods everything. So again, going to be dealing with this all day tomorrow, and depending on how the storm moves, could be dealing with it all day Friday as well. So just let's see. I got some other video coming around here. Hit the like button, everybody. Subscribe over here on YouTube. See what else we got. This is one of the tornadoes that passed through Fort Myers Beach. Not Fort Myers Beach. Yeah, it was down close to Fort Myers Beach in the Old Town area. I used to live over there. My cousin used to live over there. This is an area that would have probably hit his house. It definitely would have been affected by it. I know these streets. Shake, you might notice these streets as well. That's down there. Well, here, check it out. Tornado coming through this entire area, getting blasted with it. Look at that. That is inside a tornado. Anytime you see freaking palm trees snapping, you're in deep trouble, bro. Palm trees can take everything. This was around noon today. Look at that. Look at this. Damn, look at that, boys. Did you see that?
Hey, can you hear the wind blowing?
Absolutely, Shake. Look at the wind towards the end before the video feed cuts off because of the wind. I mean, just taking all of it. Look. Here it comes. Boom. Now it's just picking up. Just boom. Look at that. I mean, bro, that's losing your roofs. That's a nightmare.
And the thing is, you can't see the tornadoes. That's the crazy part.
You don't know.
Cap.
You don't know when one's on top of you, dog. Other than the fact that you're like, you can hear them. They sound like a ooh, like a train. But
El Cap, can you play that video one more time? It almost looked like that car disappeared
hold on, let me pull
when it was
back
in
up.
the nasty part of it. It looked like it had disappeared. Like
I wasn't looking at the car. I confess. I'm gonna concentrate on that car.
hold on. Huh. Okay. Well, all right. It may just maybe I didn't look at it. Oh, okay. When it got blurry there, it looked like it was gone.
Yeah, it does look like it does disappear there at the end of the video because of all the heavy wind and rain. I mean, damn, dude. Yeah, it looks like it's gone. Yeah, you're right. It is gone. Car is gone, bro. Yeah, you're right. So yeah, definitely a lot of action going on in these parts. Did we lose color? Is color still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm just trying to look up something.
Okay, I just didn't know if fucking you got swept away by a tornado or something. Color, I gotta.
No, I'm trying to find this stuff. These videos I found last night, but I can't find them anymore.
I mean, did you? Oh, okay. Videos from last night. Got you.
Yeah, there's some stuff I wanted to show, but I can't seem to find it anymore.
So again, more of these tornadoes that ran through Fort Myers. Oh, that's that same one I showed you earlier. Just a different angle. Damn, dude. That's a real tornado there, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see if I can find some. I got so much of it, bro.
I think Sal's looking at himself in the mirror. He's talking about, look at these poor fools.
Poor fools? Who?
I don't know. I think Sal's looking in the mirror. I think that's the issue.
Yeah, man. Listen, at the end of the day, half your population moves to Florida. It's not the other way around.
Yeah, there's not a mass migration to Buffalo, New York, or New York at all, really, there was at one point, like the Big Apple was the place to go. Nobody's like that now. Place is a shithole and everybody knows it. Buffalo, New York being the shittiest part of all of the New York, as everybody knows. But over here on I-75, Alligator Alley, this is where that big one was at. Look at this thing.
That one looks big, but I think the other one was much bigger.
Well, the thing is, you can't see the bottom, so you don't know what's going on around the edging of it. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, this is too far away. I got you. I see what you're saying.
It's really far away. So I got some more footage of that one that crossed 75. I'll pull it up. Hold on. Ooh, I'm getting a little bit of action here now. I can hear the wind whipping around me. Again, I expect to potentially get some action here sooner rather than later. Here's one that was by you in Port St. Lucie, Ollie.
Yeah, I think this is the one that's over by my parents' house.
Look at that thing. Just tearing
that looks like I was gonna say that looks like an F3, possible F4 on how massive it looks. But then again, the other one could have been bigger. It was so far away.
Well, they're measured not by size; they're measured by destruction. I thought. I don't know. Color, do they measure? Look at that guy slamming on his brakes like, oh shit, do I stop or do I go? Fucking tornado. Color, do they measure them by size or by destruction?
Destruction.
That's what I thought. Yeah. F5, F3, F4, all that is done by, I thought it was always by size until I looked it up one day. I was like, damn, it ain't by size, huh? I guess if it's a fucking massive one.
Well, that's the thing. You can estimate based on
Popo pulling over the tornado.
Well, you can estimate based on the way it looks, the conditions, the everything, and kind of get an idea. Yeah, that's probably going to be an F3 or an F4. Or, you know what I mean?
I don't know how they measure it. All I can tell you is my personal opinion. That thing looks massive. That's all I'm saying.
I do know how. I do actually. We know how they measure it. The the enhanced Fujita scales based on measurements or analysis of damage after the storm.
Yeah, enhanced Fujita skills, Ali. Didn't you know the enhanced Fujita skills? What the fuck?
Is that some Dragon Ball Z weather method?
That's what I'm saying, right? Like I never heard of that shit.
What they say, no, but here's, for example, if you've got a slab with a plumbing pipe still sticking up and maybe a half of a wall,
okay,
that's an F4. If you've got a slab and all the asphalt around it is ripped up and the grass is ripped up and it's bare and the ground is literally being stripped up, that's an F5.
Okay, so based on destruction, you can tell what size it was.
Right.
Yes.
If it's complete obliteration, wiped off the map and pulling the ground up, that's an F5.
Okay.
So just want to point out for all those that said Ron DeSantis isn't doing anything and is a bad governor, he's got the police handling this on I mean, homie is straight up having the cops. You know, I mean, you can't just come through Florida, visit the state, and destroy property and get away with it. That's the facts. And so this tornado is in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
Look at this. That's right. God, you see all the people that are, hating on DeSantis. I'm like,
I know, bro. It's
ridiculous,
bro. Man.
Shut up.
They have no idea what they're talking about.
They have everybody. They either don't live in Florida or no, they don't live in Florida. Because anyone who lives in Florida, I don't give a shit what your deal is. You like? I mean,
what's he supposed to do? Go out there and hold up a sword in front of the storm? You shall not pass. I mean, come on, man.
Fucking nuts, Color. If he did do that, I would
right?
love him all the more. I would be like, wow, this guy is fucking
severe.
Joe Wrist
in chat. Anthony, I think, asked. He wasn't sure if Katrina actually affected Florida or not. Yes, Katrina actually made landfall in Miami, and I've got the actual radar loop of it right here for you to see. Hurricane Katrina pass over southern Florida as a hurricane, Category 1 hurricane, before it destroyed New Orleans.
Yeah, but after
that was nuts,
Wilma
bro. That was nuts.
The damage. I think Wilma was the one who did Miami damage.
Right.
Wilma right after that one.
There you go. That's Katrina.
Joe Wrist, Michael K wants to know where he can get his Temu fleshlight. And he also needs to know where he can get batteries because that might be scarce right now.
Jesus Christ.
I also have. Where are they at? Come on, guys. Where you go? Where'd you go? Oh, yeah, here we go. I also do have Wilma. Let's see here. That's Wilma.
Actually, Michael K, he fucks a can of Spam and then puts it in the tailgate.
So as you can see, I during this storm, I was about right here. Well, where's the lake? Hold on. I was about right here where my mouse is. So as you can see, this would be the very first hurricane that Color has ever taken a direct hit from. It was Category 3 when it came across the state and exited as a Category 3.
Yeah, Wilma was again. Didn't not so much. I mean, I don't know, right? Like I've been out where you could lean against the wind. And in 2004, up here in Central East Florida, we got broadsided by 4 in a row on a summer. That was the same year that Katrina came through and then went through the state and did all the damage it did. I think Katrina was the 3rd hurricane we dealt with that summer. I was 18 then, rented my first place with a girlfriend of mine. We put the freaking hurricane shutters up and left them up all fucking summer, throwing hurricane parties the whole time. That's how we handle it in this bitch.
Here's one Shake might remember. You know which one this one is, Shake?
Yeah, that's Ian.
Nope.
No, which one is that one?
That's Charlie.
Oh, yeah, I was living in Miami when Charlie hit.
Yep. That's going right up into Port Charlotte. Really tight eye. Look how tiny that little thing is.
Color, do you have Francis or Gene?
I do.
Color's got them all.
I want to see the big U-turn. If you already want to see a hurricane make a U-turn, one of these, I think it was Gene that did it.
First. I even got Sandy up in here. Look at that. Isaac, Irene, Ernesto, Rita, Charlie, Faye. I remember Faye too.
Play Didn't Francis
Faye
first.
Port Charlotte too, Shake. There's Florence, Emily. I remember Emily too.
Hey, can you pull up Hurricane Ian real quick, please?
Yeah, real quick. I got Gene for Ali real quick. I thought I had Francis in here, but I don't see it anymore. Oh, yeah, I do. There's Francis. So I'll go Francis first. So you'll see the southern eye wall run right down State Road 80. I was living up here in Ocala at the time, so I didn't get to experience this one. But direct landfall right on West Palm Beach. Actually, it veers up to like Jupiter Lighthouse area, pretty much where it made landfall, as you can see. But watch the southern eye wall. So here's Southern Boulevard where my mouse pointer is. It runs from west to east all the way to the coast.
Sal.
And you can see the southern eye wall race right down it.
I don't want to get into a political fucking talk with Sal because, I mean, that's like talking to a fucking can of soup. But climate change a hoax, says DeSantis. I don't know if DeSantis ever said that, but facts are we've been getting hit with hurricanes forever, bro.
Mm-hmm.
A fucking hurricane hitting us is not saying climate change is real.
Okay, and if the environment is your concern, Sal, Ron DeSantis signed a moratorium on all new oil drilling off Florida coastlines, just so you know. He don't hate the environment.
No, bro. In fact, I would say environmental taking care of everything with the state parks and the fucking all that stuff is so much better since DeSantis rather than the last fucking dummy we had. What was that guy's name? The fucking weirdo guy?
Rick Scott.
Dude, Rick Scott sold us down the river for big businesses again and again and again and again. Like, he fucked up this state bad. He set us back bad. Him and Bush's brother, too. I don't care what anybody says.
This is the one that really fucked Ali up right here. This is Gene.
So here's, after all those tornadoes that hit Fort Myers area, especially downtown, that one I showed you with the camera, this is what downtown Fort Myers area looked like here. So real quick, this guy's cruising through here. I mean, that is literally, right around the corner from the mall and shit.
Wait a minute. What did DeSantis refuse money, federal money for?
No.
Well, supposedly for hurricane structures. That's what he for
hurricane structures.
But
Guess what? Florida's the richest state in the union.
Real quick,
you don't need it.
I think the reason he refused it was because I'm sure there was conditions that he did not want to agree to.
Of course. There's always conditions. And the fact of it is, we're one of the richest states in the union. We don't need money from the federal government. They can take federal money and shove it up their ass.
We need our piece of the federal government pie when we ask for it, not them telling us do this for it. Fuck you. That ain't how we get down around here, bro.
And by the way, this idea, because he didn't take a phone call from his
vice president.
no, from the vice president is
That's what I just
bullshit
said.
because while he refused her phone calls, he was already on the phone with the actual president.
Yeah,
Ask
what the
Joe
fuck
Biden.
is the
he'll
vice
tell
president
you.
gonna do? Vice president ain't doing shit right now anyhow. What do you mean?
She wanted to butt in.
I know
and
that
he didn't
gas
want to
station
hear
right
her
there, bro.
phone call. He didn't want to make it political. So guess who he was
Can
in
we
touch
not? Well, let's.
He was in
Since
touch
he's
with the
leading by
actual
example, since he's leading by example, let's not make it political and continue
Yeah.
with the weather talk. I
Thank
was
you.
actually
Thank you.
enjoying talking about the weather.
Me
Well,
too, buddy. Me
you know.
too. Me too. Yeah, fuck
I'm
all that
enjoying the
shit.
weather. By the way, real quick, just to pull this back up real quick, Cap, I wanted you to notice something as it advances up. See, now Gene is the one, when I was living in Ocala, Gene's the one we actually got the most from. Francis affected us a little bit, but Gene actually passed through Ocala. As you'll see in a second, it'll veer up north. And this is the storm but by the time it hit us, it was only tropical. It was strong tropical storm. So I still didn't get a full hurricane, right? However, because of what we're talking about, all these tornadoes and all this crap right here on the north end, when it rolls up into Ocala, this is the storm that put trees in people's houses. This is the one where it was like, we didn't get much damage. There was the occasional tree in somebody's house.
Bro, there was so many trees all over the place in Port St. Lucie because of Gene. It looked like a war zone. It looked like every tree in the 20 square mile area was destroyed, bro.
You
That's
guys
how
took
bad
a
it was.
direct hit from it, basically. Shake, what was that you wanted to see? Ian,
yes, please.
Well, real quick, while you get Ian ready, here's some more footage from Fort Myers. Some of the destruction from these tornadoes that came through there today. Just some of these guys, some of these people just in rough condition, man. God willing, when this is all over, help them get their lives back together. That's how we do it here in Florida. I mean, just
bro, this is ridiculous. This is so crazy. The hurricane hasn't even arrived at this point. This was a tornado. It was unbelievable.
Yep, this was the stuff I was worried the most about was the tornadoes, and it was because of this reason.
And you can
just
see his
so
living,
late
you
in
can
the
see his
year.
living
I
room.
tell you though,
I know
for the
dude.
type of tornado that was,
Look
for
at
those houses to still be standing right there, man,
Look,
that's
and
impressive.
I mean,
I'm just saying that's impressive, dude.
people took precautions. Their houses are boarded up. They did what they could.
And we've never really been tested for tornadoes in our building codes down here. And I think we did it pretty dang good because if this was the Midwest, that entire town would be leveled.
Well, we don't. A lot of our older homes are built with that old block.
Yeah, and we also build for uplift here. They don't in the Midwest. They build for snow load.
Yep. Go ahead, Shane.
No, I would say the house that I lived in was built in the 60s, so it's like really well constructed.
Yeah, they built it for freaking nuclear blasts and fucking hurricanes.
Really quick, guys, I want to point something out on this Ian radar that Shake asked for, right? Look what happens at the north and northeast end of the storm as it rolls in. You see all these red flashes on the state? Those are all tornado warnings. Watch them as they pop up. Boom, 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 boom. This is a normal thing. Hurricanes produce tornadoes.
Yep. The outside of it always brings them up, man. And you can always tell when those are the type of hurricanes too. Time of year, when you live around here, the air quality, whether it's too dense, too dry, too cold, you'll know. It's like, yo, this is not
right. And you can
atmosphere. This ain't the atmosphere I've been living in the last couple days.
And Cap, you can even see, just like this storm is doing, watch as it lifts up, the whole bottom side of the storm dries out. You don't see anything on the radar on the whole southern half of the storm. Yep. It's drying out for the same reason that it exists and for the same reason the tornadoes are happening. There is hot, dry air being injected into the storm from the south.
I'm just wondering, is it going to
that's what's causing all that.
I'm just wondering if is it going to be able to pull that top half back down again? Because sometimes it does that. It swings.
Well, watch what it does here. It certainly does. Look what it does here. And see, now watch what happens though when it makes landfall. See all that dry right out? All of it just dries right out because there is a dry injection of air going into the storm from down here. So
So
when it hits land and it rains all out, the whole southern half of the storm dries out. And that's why we get blue skies and sunshine usually down here after a storm lifts away. Like,
it's some of the best weather ever after the storm.
And hopefully a little cooler.
Yep, cooler,
maybe,
dry.
Maybe
air,
Friday
no
morning
humidity.
it might be nice and cool.
Caller, there is a specific question for you in the chat. Anthony Manzano is asking, you've dealt with blizzards and hurricanes. Do blizzards cause tornadoes?
They can. They call them snow-nados in the Midwest.
Damn,
Yeah, I actually have seen a snow NATO. I didn't know that's what it was called, but I actually have seen that during the winter during a level 3 snowstorm.
And they're rare because of the amount of uplift it takes to lift that heavier snow. That's why they're rare. But they also have thunder and lightning in blizzards and in snowstorms. They call it thunder snow. Like you'll have nothing but a white sky.
I've actually seen and been in a
and all of a
sandstorm.
sudden out of nowhere there'd be this loud huge clap of thunder out of nowhere.
When I was overseas, I actually was in a sandstorm. That's something amazing because you can see it coming from like a mile away. It's ridiculous.
This is footage from the one that touched down in Wellington area.
That's Wellington. Yep, that's about 10 minutes west of me down the road.
That's right around your fucking corner, Color. Right there.
I want to say that's Forest Hill Boulevard heading out to Olympia. You know what I mean? Like out to Wellington.
Bro, was that an explosion at the end of it? If you rewind it like 2 seconds?
It hit a transformer. It hit a transformer.
It hit a transformer.
That's quite typical in a tornado. Watch what happens when it hits it.
Boom, boom, boom.
Boom, 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 boom. That's what the flashes are you see usually in a tornado is like the hitting power lines.
What's up, Shake?
Yeah. I was saying my power is gone now, so.
Oh shit, Shake, save the cell phone, sir.
Damn it.
Save the cell phone. Take some videos if you can. Keep us posted.
No, I'll be here for a few more minutes. I have
a battery.
Yeah. So
here's another. Let me pull up another look.
God, this footage is just rolling in today, and it's all awesome, man. I can't believe we had a tornado outbreak in Florida today. Dude, that's freaking awesome. I know people don't think it's awesome because people are in danger, but I'm sorry.
Here's another look of the one in Wellington area. Turn that. Look at that thing.
Wow. Unreal, dude. You know what that is? That's that. See that guard gate right there? Isn't that Olympia or not Olympia? What's the place out off State Road 7 that's south of Forest Hill? It goes into the backside of Wellington.
I don't know, but the weather's really picking
out
up
by where
right
the
now.
stables are at. You know where the stables are at out in Northwest?
Yeah,
Wellington?
where all the freaking rich horse people live.
Exactly. It's all the horse country. Exactly.
Yeah, it's all the rich horse people live out there. They got money like son of a bitch.
And I'm guessing you have footage of the one that says it was at a Publix in Lockahatchee.
Yep, I got that somewhere. Color, I've got it all. And I mean,
see that. I know. I saw the chain.
More,
like we got a
that
whole
more. I've got that and more, buddy. I mean, it's just coming through, and I'm doing everything I can to, buddy. I think this is the one that you're talking about, Color. Again, there's several.
It's not in yet. Let me pull it up. Oh, you got it.
I got it, bro. So this is a lot of footage of this one, so don't worry.
Right.
So we don't canoe around here. We kayak.
Wow, that is proper right there, dude. Look at the front edge. You notice the uplift on the front edge?
Mm-hmm.
People are misconceived. When a tornado is approaching you, it's not going to blow you down. It's going to lift you up first and then rotate you into the freaking storm and obliterate you.
Camera footage from this person.
Watch what happens to the stuff at the front edge of the tornado. It actually lifts up first. That's why you have that little streaming anticyclonic little stream coming down in front of it.
This person is great.
There's probably another vortice in there too. Like it's probably 2 or 3 vortices in that. And yes,
that's the Publix.
That is
the
Southern
Publix.
Boulevard. That's Pink's Forest, dude.
That's told you, bro. This is the one right there. He
That
was just
Publix
kind
is
of
brand new.
yeah, testing its fucking fortitude. Excellent.
My mom was
excellent
actually on her
footage.
way back out home right around that, but she got home before that came through.
Excellent
passed
footage
right by
from
there.
from Kate Hussey in Wellington. Shout out to Kate Hussey, who needs a job doing this, because that was fucking legit, dude. That was great footage. She sped up, got back to where it was. I mean, just perfect.
Except she's parked in the turn lane right now for that.
So
RV.
what? I don't care. I don't care. She's got her hazards on. She's doing it lawfully and a service. Thank you.
There's a
Miss
whole
Kate
bunch of other
Hussey.
people driving by her going, "Hell, you ain't never seen a tornado before."
Kate
Honk,
Hussey.
honk.
Yeah, everybody's like, get out of the way, dude. I got freaking propane to get. Need to go see propane and propane accessories.
Yeah,
So,
but
yeah.
one of the footages of that is right from the parking lot in Publix.
All right, so hold on. Let me get another one. Again, I've got so much. This is the one in Wellington. Another different one in Wellington.
Anthony, these most of these are at least F2s.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There's destruction. There's people losing shit. There's no.
Yeah, these ain't no little F1 Gusnados or nothing. This is a real deal.
These ain't no water spouts. These are tornadoes touchdown and destroying shit, as you can see by all the electricity blowing up in this one. See it? We'll look at it again. Look.
The only reason they might not be rated high is because they're not hitting a lot of structures. So there's not actually a lot of damage going on. That's probably why they won't have a high rating.
Yeah, well, that one that went through.
Is they can say, well, how bad was this tree wrung like a washcloth? And that's how they tell.
That one that went through Fort Myers is getting a high rate, and I promise you that.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
That one destroyed a bunch of houses.
Town.
Yeah, ripped them up bad. Downtown, everywhere, bro. And it comes through off the water right there on the Caloosahatchee. So it has like a full runway to fucking pick up steam and make landfall and just blast everything over in that area. Again, I used to live right there. Let's see.
I wonder what the one from Palm Beach Gardens was, because there was cars, like full-blown trucks flipped over.
If I were to guess, Ali, that would be the Lockahatchee one, because Palm Beach Gardens is on the northeast side, basically, of Lockahatchee. Like, you can spit right out into Palm Beach Gardens.
So that was the same
North
one we
Lake
were just
Boulevard.
looking at, probably?
Probably. It was probably the same system, because that's North Lake Boulevard on the north side of Lockahatchee, and North Lake Boulevard drives right into Palm Beach Gardens at Military.
Gotcha. Joe, hope you're okay, man. Be good. Be safe.
So Fort Pierce had a fucking behemoth go through it. I'm trying to figure a way to make this bigger, but I guess I'm just gonna have to focus it up. Some footage from there it goes. There we go. That'll work. Footage from highway cams are catching this absolute monster in Fort Pierce area at 5 p.m., which was, a couple hours ago. Look, this is the one that the camera that was in it as it crossed the road here. Look at that.
Wow. Oh, it looked like a cow almost. Are those cows?
I don't know, color. But you can see as soon as it gets dark, it goes. But look at, so here's the other camera of that tornado. Look at that.
Oh,
thing.
That's real deal right there.
That's a monster.
That's
that might be the
destroyer right there, man.
That's a fuck it up for good type of situation down there.
I will say, if those were really cows' colors, shout out to the movie people putting that was legit. I thought that was fake.
Cows be a flying.
That tornado right there, if it was coming across them semis, would toss that semi like it was nothing.
Oh, definitely.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely. The guy who owns those two blue trucks.
Is that semi in flooded water?
No. No,
But it
that's
looks like
dry.
flooded water from. I'm watching from my phone, so it looks very small. So I can.
Yeah,
hard to
there's some
tell.
raindrops on the camera lens.
Oh,
Nope.
okay. Never mind.
But
I
that
see it.
again, that one that they just showed here on camera coming across is this tornado.
One more click towards the camera, and them 2 trucks are gone, man. They're just
Yeah.
gone.
And by the way, tomorrow morning I'm gonna send HB some video footage of the aftermath. I'm sure he'll post it up on the
Cap's gonna be running all that all day tomorrow, man.
Yeah, dude, we're gonna be doing this all day.
Yeah, so I'll be.
We might
I'll
have
be
to
sending
break
him
up the
some
stream, everybody, so you know, just because YouTube don't really like 24-hour streams, but
They don't.
Yeah, I sent HB some
and we
footage
probably need a break.
earlier. What's funny is the canal across the street from where I live is usually maybe like 5 feet. There's like a 5 feet dip. There's some freaking docks that are covered with water.
Yeah, no, the flooding is real, and I expect flooding in my area.
Yeah, by the way, I'm pretty much hanging here till our tornado threats diminish down here in South Florida. I'm pretty much gonna be here looking at the radar, man.
So this is a school, it looks like, or a library or something. It's definitely a city building in South Florida that is on fire. I'm guessing an electrical fire, maybe lightning struck it, but that overwhelming amount of oxygen and through the tornado that came through there started this fire.
Could be from the thing hitting one of the transformers nearby. Could have started it too.
Yep. So again, and no, I mean, there's nothing you can do. Like,
yeah, and
emergency
this is
services.
why towns get destroyed, because if the tornado don't take away everything, the fires will.
Yeah, whatever's left. Again, a real storm coming through there. A real storm coming through.
Hey, by the way, I want to give a quick shout out to Carla, man. She had me fucking laughing all day the other day. Holy crap!
Just wanted to give you guys a weather update from Port St. Lucie. Things are starting to pick up again. The wind is starting to gust a lot faster now. Lightning is getting closer. We got rain in the far distance heading this way. So, things are getting kind of interesting.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat here. Starting to pick up in my area as well. Rain is coming down heavy. Wind is really picking up at the moment too. I'm probably gonna drop out and do maybe a live look of the area on the phone. I'll send it in.
I don't know if you guys can hear the wind gust. It's ridiculous right now. It sounds like a train.
So this was in Palm Beach Gardens where the tornado came through, the destruction on one of the ones that came through there. Look at this.
Yeah, this is the footage I was looking at. You can see a truck flipped over here.
And based on the damage footage, it is likely that tornado from Lockahatchee. Look at that. Flip the truck. Look at that. Boom.
That's what I was talking about.
I mean,
shout out to the house construction, though, bro. If it flipped that truck, those roofs should be gone.
You can see parts of the roof ripped off, bro. You can see it.
But not gone.
That's a minivan right there with the whole back of it gone.
That was a transit gone. Holy shit, the transit truck is gone.
Gone.
They're going to
It doesn't even look like it belonged there, to be honest.
Home construction, bro, for the Midwest, because this is unreal. These houses should be gone.
Nope. Cars getting thrown around. Not houses, baby.
That truck is almost 3 tons, bro. And it didn't take the roof off the house?
That's right.
Amazing.
That's right. We know how to build them here, baby.
Guys, I think I gotta drop off. I think I got a tornado coming now because it's getting kind of crazy.
Let's pull up the radar and see.
Give us a live video. Record one and send it in.
Ali, you're not wrong, bro.
Send it in.
Be safe, my brother. Be safe.
Let me
give us a live radar. I'm gonna drop out too. I'm gonna see if I can get us a live look in my area as well.
So the center of the screen is Port St. Lucie. We're just waiting on the radar images to refresh. But just so you know, the center of the screen is where Ali's roughly at. Obviously, the dot is downtown Port St. Lucie. That's not where he's at, but close enough. We'll see what cell he's looking at here.
Man, what's going on, Color? How you doing?
Pretty good, man.
Like I said, man, once I survived Ian, everybody said I should evacuate it, but I'm like, once I survived Ian, I think this storm was gonna be, is manageable. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
All I did was put everything inside my lanai. I'm good to go.
You might be all right, Ali. You might just be hearing some wind whipping because it looks like the radar is clear right now. And
Maybe, bro, but across the street, like from where I was standing, bro, it got nuts. The trees looked like they were going to be ripped out of the ground. That's how big of a gust it was.
What the radar doesn't show, Ali, is upper like midsection winds. Like you can't, obviously, if those winds are rotating, the radar is not going to show that unless there's moisture involved or debris involved. So you could very well be getting like cyclonic activity in your atmosphere without it showing on radar for sure.
Yeah, you might be right. But I don't know, bro. It just
could be.
It was weird. Everything was all quiet, and all of a sudden it started whipping and everything.
That could have been a downburst too, like a microburst.
I gotcha. Kind of freaked me out for a second, so I'm sorry.
Oh, you're cool. Right now, we're pretty clear on the radar in South Florida. We got a little line sitting out in the west of Miami and a huge line sitting off the coast. Jeez, look at that. Look at that comma tail, man. That thing's like ridiculous. Bahamas are about to get screwed. Freeport, you're in the crosshairs, man, for this line of thunderstorms. That's all tornadoes right there, I guarantee you. And watch,
Sharif, please be careful.
When it motions, it's going to be cycling up into Freeport. And if you can hear that, that is my storm shutter rattling, by the way. Yeah, look at this line at the end. It's heading for Freeport. Look at this. Definitely. Freeport's right in the crosshairs of a major line of squalls. Look at that. It's amazing. I really like this radar. It's nice and accurate, but it takes forever to load the pages. Looks like the backside of the eye wall hasn't quite moved ashore yet. Of course, the southern eye wall right now is racing across Cape Coral area, just north of Cape Coral. If we go over to the wind map, we can see what kind of winds they're looking at, but they're probably sitting in like 80, 90, maybe 100-mile-an-hour winds, probably 110 gusts. Anybody see Lewis back there? Or did we put him back there?
Nah, I just came back up. I wanted to give you a little update because the wind is kind of slowed down for at the moment. But we just went through some pretty bad stuff. Had trees coming into my mom's front yard, into my mom's patio and stuff. Let me try to get out there so I can show you.
Right on.
I don't know how good you're
going
gonna
solo.
be able to see it, but
Let me put you on solo. That's live right now, ladies and gentlemen. Likely inside the eye of this hurricane. It is rapidly like deteriorating. It's amazing how fast this storm is clearing up. It's crazy.
Yeah, we're about to get another bad wind gust now coming through.
So if I wanted to kind of look at one of the dots without doxing you, Lou, if I wanted to look at one of these dots to get a better idea of where you're sitting, do I look at like Clearwater, Petersburg, Tampa?
Well, basically just the Tampa area.
Okay, so the dot for Tampa is pretty much, we're good to say that's roughly where you're sitting, is where the dot for Tampa is at.
Pretty much, yes.
Okay. Yeah, you're right in the thick of it, man. I'm surprised it's clear right now for you.
Yeah, we're getting hit hard again. Oh,
well, right now, Lou, as we speak, it's actually the cycle is changing now to where you're experiencing the shift in wind direction right as we speak. That last squall came in, gave you some, southerly to northerly stuff, and now it should be switching and coming from the west now, or from the northwest.
Yeah, it's
like
been
momentarily.
howling out. It's been howling out here. I've been out here, and just listening to the Weather Channel and then coming out here, we've been experiencing gusts of at least 90 plus miles an hour at times.
Wow. Man, I think would being that you're right in the middle of it right now, Lewis and Shake too. You guys think we dodged a bullet or what, based on what could have come all the way here that was early out in the Gulf a few days ago?
Well, at least I can't speak for Shake, because I see like images of the Port Charlotte Harbor and shit like that, and that's all underwater.
And that's not to diminish any of the damage from the tornadoes going on today, any of the flooding along, the coast. But for real, this thing is weakening very fast.
Right.
And like the way it weakened coming in, like, wow, compared to the Cat 5 monster that was sitting north of the Yucatan 2 days ago, most Floridians would call this dodging a bullet.
Yeah, at least for the Tampa area, we're experiencing some. It could have, to your point, Color, it could have been a lot worse. That's for damn sure. So it's still bad though. It's still bad.
Sure, and there's still plenty more to come. That whole backside of the storm still has to roll through with all of its tornado threats and 80-mile-an-hour winds and 100-mile-an-hour gusts and
we just got
whatever else too. So
we just got a flash flooding warning here in Tampa till 2 a.m. So.
Right now, because of the rotation, did we get lucky and it pushed the surge out of the bay like we expected? If that is true, then we still have to worry about this backside, because the backside is going to push the surge into the bay and onto shore. It's not going to go backwards. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. And we're entering high tide as we speak. So, yeah.
So the surge that could have been a problem hasn't even happened yet, because, again, the way it came in, the front edge ends up pushing the water out of the bay away from the shore near where the heart of the problem is. Now, down in the southern part where it's coming in, that, Sarasota, Venice, Port Charlotte, they're all going to have a problem with the storm surge on the front end. But as far as the Tampa region goes, and where everybody was really concerned about, the backside is what's going to push that in now, whereas the front side should have pushed it out of the bay.
Right. They're still estimating Tampa to have 8 to 12 feet of storm.
Correct, because that backside is coming in momentarily, and it's coming in to where it's pushing the stuff in instead of out. You know what I mean?
Got more backside than my baby mama.
Tonk, who loves a good ocean storm coming in off the coast, joining us from Seattle. How's it going, man?
Well, I'm going to get back to the Blitz pickup where Tony's over there. We're doing a show over there.
Hey, appreciate you, Lewis.
Sorry, Lewis, he just ended it. He said he coming over here.
Oh, shit. I just came over here real quick to give them a live little update of what's going on here in Tampa. I was going back.
Yeah, he just shut down the show.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Yeah, right. Tony just shut it down.
I might start having to
he
move
said he on his way
the
over
map
here.
up north a little bit because it's just dry as a bone down here in South Florida right now.
We got meteorologist color commentary on the radio tonight.
What I don't want to see is all that nastiness in the ocean right now come in towards El Cap. That's what he has to worry about. Let's drag the radar down a little bit and see where we're looking. So he's going to be up close to this area. Where is it? Right around where I'm circling right now with my mouse.
He might get a storm surge up there.
Yeah, that too. They're calling for like, I think 6 to 10 maybe along the northeast coast.
Oh man. But it's looking really good for my dad right now, so I feel a lot better about that.
Yeah, Chunk, that whole southern half of the storm just opened right up, dude, and cleared out, man. I think you're probably right about that.
Well, just the fact that it came in at a 3 instead of a 5, it's so like by the time it even hits my dad, it'll be a 2.5. So
right.
And that's not really no big deal at all.
So I would say in about an hour at the most, all of this stuff right here, the real nastiness that's cycling in, will be starting to move over El Cap's area. He'll start to be in a tornado threat here pretty soon. Yeah, I mean, he already is, but like a real one with all this this yellow stuff pushing up.
It's crazy,
Yeah,
man.
He's getting closer. He's getting closer to the center of the circulation, so the tornado threat's going to ramp up even more for him here pretty soon.
And there might be more storms coming this season. Season doesn't end until December.
November 30th.
The very last
okay. November
I mean,
30th.
December, yeah. It's effectively December.
We're in the back end of the peak.
I was just being technical.
Well, it's because the Gulf of Mexico doesn't really get that. It doesn't really start to turn cold until like January.
Right. Until it gets less hot closer to these coastlines, like right around now. That's probably why we saw a little bit of the weakening as it approached the coastline.
Well, but we have a cold front pushing down on it right now. That's why it pushed it south. A cold front really helped. The cold, like, I don't know how much of a cold front it is, but it is a cold, like, there's a weather, like, it is being pushed down. That's why it went down from looking like it was going to be above Tampa to now Sarasota.
Yeah, and that injection of cold air is likely what caused a bunch of tornadoes too.
Yeah.
But you notice here, Tonk, how the different color in the ocean, how it gets to like a lighter
shelf,
blue.
Yeah, the shelf right there.
It's so much more shallow right there, and it's been traveling in that shallow water
for a while.
For like 12, 13 hours now. You know what I mean?
It slowed it down, it looked like.
Well, the system sped up, but the rotation slowed down. You know what I mean?
It sped up, but freaking A.
Yeah, it's pretty fast.
I've been watching stuff I've been watching a couple videos all day, live streams, and you can see like the water, like the boats, like at the beginning the boats were like below the dock, and now the boats are like at the dock. Like the bottom of the boat.
Ms. Relentless is reporting multiple fatalities from the storms in St. Lucie County today, and a tree plunged into a house.
Yeah, because St. Lucie got hit by one of those tornadoes.
Oh,
yeah. He said they had
there was a big ass
15
tornado
warnings within an hour.
Color, did you see the tornado over there off Southern in
Lockahatchee? It was at
B
the
Road.
It was at the Publix. My mom shot.
Dude, my aunt and uncle live right there, dude.
Right, everybody lives right there right now, bro. That's like where everybody's flocking to right now.
That thing was massive.
Well, here's the thing: the Weather Channel said that Milton had sponsored 134 tornado warnings.
That's crazy. I don't know. Is that typical for hurricanes?
Yeah, Really, that was a tornado. That's called a tornado outbreak caused by a
Right.
tropical system.
Right. And that can happen with a
Yeah.
tropical depression. It doesn't even have to be a hurricane.
Exactly. That's what happened with Elaine.
The thing of it is,
came
Tonk, is we've been taught that our whole lives down here in Florida that that's possible. But we've just never coincidentally seen it. So what I try to tell people is what we witnessed today is actually the norm. We just haven't seen the norm in 30 years. You know what I mean?
Yes, I know exactly what you're saying. We were taught that growing up. I always knew that hurricanes could cause tornadoes, but we never
Hundreds
saw
of them. They always taught us hundreds of them. You know what I
We
mean?
just never
Yeah, they
saw
can.
it, and like,
Yeah,
and
it
I've
just
never
never manifested in our
But I've
lifetime.
never
You
seen
know
a
what I mean?
tornado, and I've never seen a tornado that big in Florida. The one that was out in Lockahatchee, I've never
Me
seen
neither.
one that.
Me neither.
Dude, that thing was massive.
Did you see the one in Clewiston from earlier today?
No.
That thing was like a proper F4 wedge, dude.
Fucking crazy, dude. Like, that's not what Florida's prepared for. Florida can handle hurricanes, like giant tornadoes. That's a whole different level of turbulence and destruction.
F2 one,
Right,
or F2
right,
and
Tom,
above.
Because I mean, we get little cyclones out in the ocean and stuff. You'll get these water spouts, and sometimes they'll hit land, but that shit is like it looks like a telephone pole, like a
Right, 'cause
clear blue telephone pole. It ain't no F2 tornado, big black thick tornado going
Yeah,
by.
it's
Like,
not that
holy
big.
shit, man, that was crazy.
Large who all the wind. Wind is a hell of a force of nature, man. It's frightening.
Okay.
What's crazy is that Florida is like one of the most heavily guarded states as far as weather. Like, there's always something. Every time a hurricane is going at Florida, there's always something that gets in the way, whether it's the Gulf Stream on the east or the Barrier Islands or the shelf or a cold front or something. I don't know. It's just something. It's like all right, like 12 hours ago, it was a category 12, 5, 6, hurricane.
Yo, Tonk, did you see this footage right here? I don't know if El Cap already showed it to the audience, but this, I'm tired of everybody saying this is something they've never seen before, but this I've never seen before. Like, this is crazy right here. Watch what happens to this guy's front. Watch what happens to this guy's front yard, his lawn.
Oh, is it like a time lapse?
Yeah, watch this. No, this is real time.
No.
Watch this. Watch what happens to the grass.
Does it get pulled up?
Watch this.
Or does it get pushed
Pulled
down?
up ain't even the word to describe it. Look at this. It's flopping like a blanket, dude.
Yeah, it's the pressure.
It's not the pressure. That's a tornado.
That's
looks like a
Uplift
tornado.
getting underneath the sod and lifting it up and flopping it like a blanket.
That's a tornado.
Ridiculous.
That is just nuts.
And here's the thing about water spouts and the tornadoes that we see so much about. The water spouts are not caused by supercells. Tornadoes that you see like in Tornado Alley, and now you start to
You know what you're talking about, Mr. Polk. Damn.
The ones that you seen.
I could vouch for that. 'Cause that was my job with the,
Mr. Polk, I recently found out that the category of all these things are called whirlwinds, and a tornado is just another type of whirlwind, and as opposed to a water spout is a different type of whirlwind. The category is now called whirlwinds, apparently. So like a fire-nado, a gust-nado, a stovepipe, a water spout, and a tornado, they're all different, but they're all whirlwinds.
Right. And see, the ones you see in the Midwestern state, those are caused by supercells as compared to the water spout.
Or a mesocyclone. Yep.
Right.
Yeah, they cause it. But now the ones that hit Florida today, those were supercells. That's why some of them.
Correct. They look like little brush fires on the radar, Mr. Polk.
Right, because Milton before Milton made landfall, the feeder bands were coming across the land and spinning up supercell tornadoes because
Yeah,
one stayed on the
those
ground
things
for
are
a good little
terrifying.
while.
Yep, you are so correct, Mr. Polk.
Yeah.
And one of the ways you can notice it
Yeah.
is especially with that one in Clewiston, the wedge, you can see that the whole thunderhead, the whole storm itself was tilted forward.
Mhm.
And
Yeah,
that's basically the mesocyclone has now touched the ground, has become to the ground. And it's literally like, you know, a wedge tornado. That's what they call a wedge
Right.
tornado. The whole
Wedge
supercell is tilted forward.
and on radar it looks like a hook. They call it a hook.
Yeah, they call them hook echoes. Yeah,
Right. And
those are
if you
hook
and
echoes.
if you
Yeah.
also have that accompanied by like some reds in the center, it's likely a tornado on the ground.
Right. and if you
Right, that's what it looks
see-
like to
if
the
you
spot the
see-
tornado. To your point, the hook
Some of the
echoes.
radar has gotten so good that
To
the
get the
storm, the
radar part.
supercells in the Midwest, you can literally see the debris ball shows up on radar for the tornado.
Exactly, and also the hail, because the hail looks like
Yeah.
a pinkish red color in a well, not red, because
And
red,
then when you shift over to the wind direction map, and if you have right at that same spot, if you correlate it with the radar at that same spot, and there's red and green next to each other, that's
Touching each
likely
other.
rotation, and that indicates the
rotation.
tornado.
exactly, that's rotation.
Yeah.
But when you see that hook echo,
Well, the ones.
that's
Right.
trouble. That's trouble.
Yeah. Another
the
tool that
tornado
we
on the ground.
use,
Mhm.
Mr. Polk, when I
Uh-huh.
was working for a flight service station, interpreting weather for the pilots, as the winds aloft to see the bars, to see what altitude they start if they start to form in the clouds before they start touching down, to pair it up with the radar and the visible and the water vapor satellite imagery on the water vapor.
Right.
And then we can kind of determine and forecast whether or not one is most likely to touch down given the winds aloft profile all the way down to the ground at each altitude.
Right.
And then we use that and correlate it with the visible as well as the actual water vapor satellite. So yeah,
This one coming up was posted an hour ago from Punta Gorda, which is right around where Shake is at.
Storm surge coming in like a tsunami, you guys. These pools
All right. That look like 3 to 5 foot.
That's
of
right
water.
around where Shake is at.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Punta Gorda.
oh, they got the live CCV cam.
This was posted an hour ago on Twitter.
Okay.
Is that Shake out there?
No, I highly doubt it.
And also too, the thing that
He's like,
the
I
thing
got
that-
insomnia.
the thing that weakened Milton was two things: wind shear, and also dry air. Now the
Right.
front is what made Milton speed up. But it was the front that made it that made it sped up.
Right.
Look
That's
at
why
this,
it's moving
guys.
fast
Right.
now.
The
Look at
fast
this,
moving
guys.
cold.
Look
Do
at
it.
This is
Yeah.
this is a satellite view of Milton with all the lightning strikes.
Mhm.
What in the
All of
flat
those
earth
little
is
things you
going
can see
on?
embedded. All of those are small embedded thunderstorms too.
Correct. Those are all the
Exactly.
supercells
Individual embedded.
that fired up
That's small
tornadoes
embedded.
earlier.
That's
Crypto,
what
you're
look-
absolutely right.
Right.
In fact,
That's
the
what-
first one
that's-
touched down in
That's one of the
Miami.
imageries we look at. Yeah. That's crazy.
Mhm.
Massive. It is massive. That's crazy.
Isn't it?
It's so detailed
And
now.
just think, like we said last night, the Jupiterians come over here and they're like, hey, 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 water
That's
and
just a
electricity.
water breeze. Yeah, that's
Look,
all
you
it
can
is.
see
It's
the
just a small
lightning.
breeze to
You
them.
can see the
Compared to
lightning
them?
follow the bands. Look, you can see the lightning follow the bands.
Right, because those are all
To
the
the
little
Jupiterians,
supercells in the
It'd be
band.
like
That's-
bands.
This
make
is
a
more like
dance.
a
bands. Make
this
a
is more
dance.
like a gentle breeze compared to the Jupiterians.
Now you know why they
This is
call
a
it. Now
small
they know you why they
breeze.
call it train spotting, because it looks like it's a train of supercells just running
It looks like-
south to north.
It looks like
Yeah.
Jupiter for like the past 10,000 years. That's
right. That's what we were saying the other night. If the Jupiterians came over here, they would laugh at us and be like, "Oh, it's only water and electricity."
Or the
it's
little
only
meme,
going to last a couple of days.
or the little meme. It says first day or your first storm or whatever.
Yeah, right. They're like,
they will
how
be
cute.
relieved.
Look at these Earthlings with their water and electric storms. How cute.
What is force in the storm?
Right.
What you're actually looking at is the lightning top or the supercell.
Yep.
That's crazy.
You're
That's
correct.
what you're looking at. You're not. I'm not talking about the lightning that's hitting the ground. That's the top of the supercell.
You're right. You're right.
Right.
Where is you? What do you?
That's the
where
peak
are
of the
you streaming
updrafts.
this
That's
from,
correct.
Noah?
I saw it's from Noah, but I found it. I saw it. Somebody posted it on Twitter.
You know what's crazy is
Noah has all kinds of cool images like this, dude.
Yeah,
Noah.
There's a Noah station right in St. Pete. I used to live really close to it. I used to ride my bike by it all the time, and I'd play Pokemon Go there and stuff. Like, I was always hanging out by that building.
And if you want to dispel any disinformation about historical storms and when they were formed in the Gulf and all that crap, just go to the National Weather Service or NOAA. Don't mess around with Twitter.
Yeah. Exactly.
They'll tell you everything you want to know, and it's all freely available to the public.
And it's in the NOAA station. Like I said, it's like I've seen it in person. Like they're really there doing, they're really out there.
Punch of a button.
So, Shake, did you see that footage from Punta Gorda? Can you confirm that's the conditions there?
What'd you say, Shake?
Come again, Shake?
We saw you out there in the water, Shake. You good?
Yeah. All right.
I worked on my backstroke.
Shake looked like he's on the Alfred Hitchcock second take when he say, the birds are in the
I
background.
got what's
About
up,
to
everybody?
tackle.
Hold up. I'm gonna hit the thing and play the video. So hold on.
The water spout there.
A first for TFTG.
So I'm out here coming at you live, starting to pick up the winds in this area a little bit. Getting like it's getting ready to start. Get some of those bands that were heading from South Florida coming this way. I don't know if you can see the trees behind me, but a lot of open area starting to pick up around these parts. We'll keep you guys posted. TFTG, El Capitan.
Freaking awesome. Now, as I showed you before,
man.
where he was at, you saw on the radar what he's going through, and that's what it looks like on the ground. While compared to what you saw on the radar, he's definitely in the thick of it.
Right. We saw the sky view, the satellite, and the ground view now.
Well, at least it's not as bad as what Alabama had to go through at Vanderbilt.
All three dimensions.
Uh-oh, here we go.
Yeah.
All right, so really starting to pick up in these parts now. As you can see, the wind's finally starting to pick up at backside of the storm. I don't know if you guys can see behind me, but it's really
Is that a tornado behind you, bro?
starting to happen in these parts. We're going to be on hurricane watch from here on out, or tornado watch from here on out.
Behind you?
So, man, it's way colder than it should be. I'll tell you what, dude. So, I'll keep you guys posted.
I think that's a wall
Let you guys know.
Is that Michael K hanging onto a tree behind you?
Look at
What do you
little
think,
Floody.
Mr. Polk? Is that a wall cloud behind him, bro? That looked like a little tornado behind him.
He
By
lives.
the way, it's a category A. It's a category 2 now, so
Yes.
He looks like he's.
It
He
should be a
looks like
one by the
he's.
time we reach the other coast.
Oh no, that's not wall cloud.
All right, so really starting to pick up in these parts now. As you can see, the wind finally starting to pick up
that backside of the storm. I don't know if you guys can see behind me, but it's really,
I think that's
really starting to happen in these parts. We're going to be on hurricane watch from here on out, or excuse me, tornado watch from here on out.
I think that's
so, man, it's way colder than it should be. I'll tell you what, dude. So keep you guys posted. Let you guys know. Really starting to get dicey in these parts.
I got you, Lou. I got to get him over to my computer. Yeah, I don't think Cap can hear me, but I think that might be a funnel cloud behind him.
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm gonna be having these videos come in all day tomorrow, bro. Lou, if you can send them to DM on Twitter, I'll pull them up right away.
Yeah, absolutely.
DM me on Twitter.
Damn, bro, he's got some good ones. They're gonna be good, bro. Definitely.
Oh fuck, let me get him, Lou.
Hey, if he's down and he can't get him there, I'll just send him over to you if I have to. Real quick, this is Venice, Florida, right here. Venice is just about where the storm made landfall.
Damn, look at that.
Yeah, I sent you that video, right?
Color?
Yeah, now you know why they call it Venice.
That looks like it's already 4 feet. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's just rushing in there.
That's why they call it Venice.
It's carving out new canals.
This is Charlotte Harbor, near where Shake's at.
You gotta turn the volume off. Yeah, turn that volume off.
That's near where Shake's at, and that's CNN. I'm not gonna show that.
Yeah, take that off, dude, because they'll get us quick.
Yep.
Charlotte.
I'm trying to find the one.
I got
look who it is.
Go to the Sky News one.
You think this guy will copyright us or what?
I don't know.
Charlotte Harbor is literally 5 minutes from where I live.
Look, Cap, right behind you. That ain't a tornado behind you, bro.
It might be, bro. It very well may be. I don't know, Color.
That's not a tornado.
I mean, it's dark out there. I can't be certain,
that tree
buddy.
probably wouldn't be visible.
I can't be certain.
Like a wall cloud, like starting.
There's no certainty. Don't listen to any of these other guys. We can't be certain.
Look, there's a touchdown right there.
Tua.
Oh,
that's what we need. Tua's the tornado. Wow.
Tua finally scored. Tua finally scoring over here, people.
You got a touchdown.
So check this out. Check this out. So I found an image from the St. Lucie's tornado today. A 10,000 square foot sheriff's department facility completely destroyed. 10,000.
I have that footage as well, Ali.
This is
this one already. Okay, my bad, bro. This was in St. Lucie County, right up the road from me.
Yeah, it's demolished, bro. Man, hold up. It's picking up around me, boys. I'll be in and out. I'll be in and out.
Hold on real quick. This is Reed Timmer as the eye wall approached where he's at. This is Reed's footage on the beach.
But, hey,
eye wall.
Hey, hold on real quick. Let me get the solo layout real quick.
You got it, Shake. Hold on. Let me get you there.
Yeah, Reed Tim is a tornado. One a minute.
As you can see, look, man, I got no floods on my. I'm not that bad off. Can you see it?
Yeah, so it's surges.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You see the rain sideways.
But by the way, Charlotte Harbor is literally a mile down from where I'm at right now. So
wow.
That harbor.
Wow. So right now down here in West Palm, we're starting to get the worst of what we're going to get tropical storm force wise. We're sitting at about 30, 35 to 40 mile an hour sustained winds right now, and they're getting steady. Like I noticed by the rattling of my storm window, my storm cover, which is like halfway open a little bit, and it's been like the rattling has been getting steadier as the show's been going on. So I know that we're pretty much getting our blow through right now down here.
So my wife asked me.
Just
my other half asked me, is Waffle House closed? I was like, everywhere is closed right now. Are you kidding me? And she goes, that's how you know we're really screwed.
This is the tornado from Clewiston earlier today.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Yo, what? That's crazy.
No, that's nothing compared to it's tornadoes that actually look like the cloud is actually touching the ground.
Well, that
That's
was
a
getting
dead
there,
tornado
Mr. Polk.
right
If that lived much longer, that's exactly what it would do.
Yeah.
And if you look at the footage from downtown Clewiston where they show it, that's what's happened. It's wedged out completely in the other foot. I'll try to find it.
See, this is why I say climate change is having the. Oh, look at that one. Look at that one.
Yeah, that's Wellington.
Don't even get me started on climate change.
No, but that's what's causing it. See, Tornado Alley, that's supposed to be in the midsection of the United States, has shifted east. It's expanded east now. And Florida gets more tornadoes than any state in the United States. It's just that we don't get the big ones.
Wow. Look at that one. That one's right by the St. Lucie County Fairgrounds.
My whole entire career is dedicated to try to stop climate change.
Watch this come here. Watch this come through. Right there. Look.
Yep, there it is right there.
Oh, that's the smartest woman in America right there. Ooh, look at that. That's in Venice. That's downtown Punta Gorda right there. Okay, so this is the one. This is Southern Boulevard in Wellington.
Mm-hmm.
Look at that.
This would be approaching Lockahatchee, so this is likely the storm that moved into Lockahatchee across Southern Boulevard.
Right, that's the one that stayed on the ground for a little while.
Right,
a little longer than this.
And it probably is the one that also went to Palm Beach Gardens.
That's what I said.
Amazing.
And Tonk, I hope you're successful with that because climate change is why we're seeing this kind of weather.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
It's being souped up the way it is.
Oh
That's why the Gulf of Mexico is warmer. That's why the Gulf of Mexico is warmer now.
Well, how's that explain
that's
Hurricane
true.
Camille in 1969 that had 200-mile-an-hour winds?
I don't think it directly explains it. It's just
this is in Palm Beach. I'm not going to have this discussion, Crypto. I'm not going to have this discussion. This is in Palm Beach Gardens.
No, I'm just saying. You asked the question.
I know what you're just saying. I've heard it for my entire life, bro. I knew it was a rhetorical question. So look at this car right here.
Where is that?
Where is
that? Palm Beach
I agree
Gardens.
with you, Mr. Polk.
That's the same tornado that
you just showed him in
Publix in Lockahatchee.
Damn, dude, that's crazy.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, we are not used to that in Florida.
Mm-mm. But that's changing.
Look at this dude. You just got to do it, don't you?
It looks like me and my cousins in 2005.
Stops at the right store. Well, here's the footage from the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Department.
Damn, man. What?
Oh, the poor boat. Wow.
The thing I want to find out is what.
Hey, Crypto.
Yeah.
How's Baltimore doing, like with that bridge that got destroyed?
Oh, yeah, that's right.
They almost done repairing it.
Oh, they're
good.
The debris and stuff has been cleared out. Our governor was on top of it, man.
Do you mean they're repairing the bridge to bring it back, like
No,
rebuilding
rebuilding it? Yeah, rebuilding it. Yeah.
Well, it's like one of the most important bridges there, I think.
Yeah, one of them, but there's an adjacent one that's being used that can go, and then I-95 will just get more traffic. That was just more like a side route, U.S. Route 1.
Well, just remember the same
There's
thing
other
happened.
ones, yeah.
Well,
here in
fortunately,
Tampa
since
with
that was
Skyway.
caused by somebody, fortunately,
So one of the porter, the
we could
harbor.
have someone like, you know, you could sue someone to pay for that one. It's not like a hurricane going through there.
Yeah, no, that wasn't weather related. That was more like people falling asleep at the switch while navigating a large vessel.
So
Yeah.
not El, well, I don't know if El Cap is still here, but Caller, that video that El Cap was showing of the tornado going along SR-70 in St. Lucie County.
Yeah.
That tornado just missed a coworker of mine's house. Like
Wow.
legitimately just missed it. What is that?
Oh, that's it's in Georgia. Some toxic biolab.
I didn't know if that was a tornado. I was like, holy shit.
You know what? I'm going to just do this the easy way. I don't know why I didn't do this before. This is the one right here. This is the tornado in Lockahatchee. This is from the Publix shopping center that my mom shops at.
Yep, and those flashes are hitting pound lines, and
that's the same one we just saw that was in Wellington crossing Southern. That's what it's doing right now. And it's also the one that exited out Palm Beach Gardens. Because actually where it's going right now, where it's headed to is Palm Beach Gardens. I can see that from the direction it's heading.
It's crazy.
That is just nuts. Just nuts. Let's take a look at the radar where El Cap's at. Been a while since we looked in on it. Let it refresh here. God, that thing is just, I got to close my shutter here. It won't stop. So Cap would be right about, see where it says Palm Coast? He's kind of like right above that a little bit, I think. It's like St. Augustine area. Look at the eye just break apart, man. This storm just fell completely apart when it made landfall. Look at this.
Yeah. It's because Florida don't play.
Yeah, and that's what we call dodging a bullet in Florida. But again, all this stuff still wants to cycle in, but notice how it's drying out because the whole southern half of the cyclone is completely dry. It's just evaporating as soon as it hits it.
No, this is good. This is Florida did not need something worse than this. So,
Well, Tonk, a quick update, Tonk. 1.9 billion estimate completion date 2028, which is record time for that particular bridge.
well, good. I mean, at least they have a.
Yeah, that's a pretty fast pace. 4 years. Normally, bridges take like decades. They get them done in record time now.
Well, yeah, but like nowadays they ship everything in, and just like.
Given that's a big shipping port, and a lot of traffic that goes in and out of that port. One of the largest shipping ports on the coast.
That shit was crazy, man. That video when it shows it hitting it and like, damn, dude, that was insane. Imagine being on the ship and like getting thrown forward.
Yeah, it was just unfortunate. 6 people lost their lives. Some construction workers was on it at the time. They couldn't get them off. It would have been a lot worse than that had they warned the people in advance to close the road.
All right, y'all. Well, I'm glad that the storm is just gonna die off itself. Hopefully it'll die off and not go back. Sometimes these things go back into the Atlantic and get strong again. freaking crazy.
And I'm not sure this thing is going to arc down this time. I think it's going to keep going at an angle and exiting right out Merritt Island like they originally thought. If it arcs over down and exits out Palm Bay, then we might get some more shit later on tonight down here. But it doesn't look like it's going to do that. It looks like it's going to clear right out through Merritt Island like they originally thought. This is Merritt Island, Titusville right here. This is where they shoot the SpaceX rockets up and the NASA rockets. That's Cape Canaveral, where my mouse is. And right down here near Melbourne, there's a little further down. There's a Space Force base. Used to be Patrick Air Force Base. Now it's Patrick Space Force Base.
Hey, Color, if I text a video to the link, can you pull it up and play it?
I could. It'd be better if you could tweet it, if you could put it in a Twitter DM.
Oh, no, boy. I don't know how to do that. In fact, I don't even know if I have Twitter. Oh, well.
And I need to see if I can't. I'm going to text these videos.
Mr. Spoke, send it to me, Mr. Spoke, and I'll put it on Twitter.
Caller, here's another footage from St. Lucie County of the damage. That ripped the roof off clean, bro. And look, there's a flipped over truck on the other side of it. I don't know if you can see that.
Yeah, that's like F2, maybe F1, F2 damage there.
I'm gonna say F2, maybe an F3 possibly. Does it look like it didn't just rip shingles off, it ripped the whole roof off, if you can tell.
That's what an F2 would do. For sure.
Shout out to the man, the myth, the legend who's in the back.
I'm going to do it this way. I'm just going to like every one of them and then pull it up on my computer. Because I'm clever. Like that one. Well, like that one. Oh, damn. Damn. Wonder where that was at. That must be close to the eye, man. That's some crazy looking action right there.
Okay, so let me see what you got here.
Oh, wow. That's cool. St. Pete Beach. Wow. St. Petersburg getting hammered hard. All right, so I got all these liked. Now I can pull them up. Go profile. Likes. Here we go. All right, let's scroll this way. First, we'll do.
Okay, it's still.
Oh, those are pretty cool.
Still Cat 2 with 110 mile per hour winds.
All right, so I'm going to share this real quick. So these are water spouts.
Yeah.
Look at that. Then we got, wait, where'd it go? Wait, hold on. I want to go back to likes. All right, so we got this footage right here. This is
Hell.
Wow, hold on a second.
Oh, that's not hell.
It says the water has been stripped out of Tampa Bay. And they say this is usually what happens before a tsunami. Look what is happening. Exactly what I said, exactly what I predicted. Because it was coming from the north, it was pushing the water out of the bay. Look at that. There's video footage of exactly what I thought would happen. That's a reverse storm surge, basically, what you're seeing there. That's the other side of the eye wall coming down and pushing the water out of the bay. That is so cool, man. Thank you, Lewis. That is exactly what dude, exactly what I've been trying to tell y'all. Right there, video evidence of it. The trouble is, on the other side of the storm on the south, it's pushing that water up into Sarasota and Port Charlotte and Venice and all that. And of course, when the backside starts coming in, it's going to push all that water back into Tampa Bay and likely surge into Tampa. You know what I mean? Or, the coastlines. But there it is right there, literally pushing the water out of Tampa Bay. Unreal. That's the coolest footage I've seen all day for myself. All right, that is not from Hurricane Milton. However, you can clearly see how how these things form. Yeah, there's no way that's Florida.
Yeah,
we don't
Josh,
build
that's what
houses
I was
like that
talking
in
about.
Florida. We don't have farm equipment. So thank you for the reader's note, Twitter. Reed Timmer, storm surge footage. That's in Venice. Wow. Then there's this footage. Same. This is St. Pete Beach. That's probably, I would estimate, around 80 or 90 mile an hour winds right there.
Yeah.
That's just an estimation. There's no way for me to know. But you can tell that the palm trees aren't actually angled over yet. They start angling over once you get over 100.
No, Cully, about right on that.
A well-fit average human male can stand in this right here, but you would be standing at about a 45-degree angle.
Wait a minute. Those are dolphins in front of that thing, ain't it? In front of where it says rumfish or something like that.
Pinned link in the YouTube chat. All right. Oh, Caden says they live in Freeport. Well, you guys are getting a nasty squall line of storms for the next few hours. You probably know that already.
Oh, that is a dolphin in front of that sign. Okay.
As a matter of fact, I'll check the radar for Freeport here. Let it refresh and all right. Yep, there it is. Like I suggested, as the whole system moves to the these bands move to the east. Now they're dragging up into Freeport as it gets closer. You see what I'm saying? So this whole squall line right here of likely tornadic activity is going to just drag up into Freeport as the night progresses. So be careful out in the Bahamas. I'm checking right now, HB, on that link. Oh, I see you back. Did you want me to pull you up, or are you just chilling in back?
Who's HB?
His colors were chilling. All right, cool. Let's see here. Let me pull up my YouTube page. Let's see here. Oh, I don't even see it pinned. Where's it pinned at, HB?
Yeah, flash forward.
Cap took it down. Okay, gotcha. All righty. So everybody hit the like button. Close to 500 people between Twitter and YouTube watching us right now. If you're on Twitter, come over and hit the like button and give us a subscribe, man. We usually have drop a Miami Dolphins tailgate. But there's since we're all down here, there's better things to worry about tonight. So we're just chilling with everybody, hanging with the hurricane coverage.
I think that's cool what y'all did.
So that, we got somebody watching the radar for y'all tonight. Not an expert, but I can certainly know it. I can certainly read it good enough to keep y'all safe. Plus, I got Mr. Polk here to help me, who obviously has been studying up on this stuff too, because he's out here preaching facts on tornadoes too. You must watch all them YouTube videos I watched, Mr. Polk.
No, what it was, call it, when I was a little kid, I used to be scared of lightning, and I used to run and jump on it. But what happened is I actually went through Hurricane David, and I seen a tornado, and it got my interested. So I started reading books and watching videos and stuff like that, and that's why I picked up all that.
Well, that's exactly what I did, man. I was afraid of weather when I was a kid. So the only way I could not be afraid of it was to understand it.
Right. Exactly.
And I used to watch John Matthews, like Channel 12. I was about 2 years old when David hit. So I don't remember it much, but I do remember people surfing in the backyards and all that,
Yeah, because it wasn't a strong wind storm, but it did bring us, some flood, not major flooding, but flood enough to, just like you said, get aboard and throw it on the water and jump on it.
And then in 84, I want to say something like that, we had tropical storm Diana, I think it was, that rolled through West Palm, and it was pretty bad for a tropical storm. You know what I mean? But that's the worst I had ever been through.
Yeah,
until Wilma.
My worst was Andrew.
Yeah, you were right down in the middle of Andrew.
Yes. And you can
worst I've ever witnessed, because we all, I was kid still going to church and all that back then, you know what I mean? So we raced down right away as a church group and started helping clean up and pass out water and all that,
Yeah, that was.
So I got to see it firsthand, the water lines, the destruction, all of it.
Yeah. Never forget it. Yeah, you never forget it.
I'm hoping this stuff's going to be strong enough, but yet still light enough for Cap to continue to give us reports. All of this, as it moves east, northeast, all of this is going to shift over too and keep cycling in over the top.
Yeah.
This part of the storm is not going anywhere. We're pretty much going to be done with it, I think. It just depends on what this backside does, how far north it travels, to the northeast, as to whether we're out of it or not. But it looks like West Palm Beach South is going to be pretty much out of it for the remainder, other than these little bit of squall lines that are coming through down at the bottom.
Yeah,
we should be pretty good down here.
Yeah, the kids, they'll be going back to school Friday down here.
Funny thing is, they closed everything for tomorrow, and this evening would have been this afternoon would have been the pertinent time to close everything with the tornado outbreak.
Yeah, well, in my area, they closed everything today. School's closed for the whole week.
Right. Well, you're up further north. You were up in the hurricane warned area.
Yeah.
Just inside of it. So
I want to show you guys something that I had never seen before. And I found this. This is in my county, St. Lucie County. Look on top of the roof.
Yeah,
those trash containers are really freaking heavy.
Yeah, no kidding. That's a dumpster, bro.
That's a freaking dumpster that landed on a house.
And that's tornado right there.
So like I said, when the funnel is approaching, it's going to lift first and then it's going to throw. So it lifted up that dumpster first and then set it down on top of that roof.
Cars getting thrown everywhere. This is all in my county.
Yeah, that is
wow.
Tornado.
I'm still just amazed that the structures are still standing, Ollie. I'm really proud of Florida home construction right now. You don't even realize.
Yeah.
I know it's bad. I know it's still damage and all that, but bro, these houses should be obliterated, man.
Well, most of the houses that they build now, I mean, there's a good time period in it. Here, let me stop sharing and I can explain. So essentially in this area, they have adapted a lot of the Miami code of built construction, because in Miami, I don't know if you know this, but they have some of the most heightened codes when it comes to their building structures and the codes that they have to follow to be approved before they're built, because they have to be able to withstand like level 5 hurricanes, to give you an example, a Cat 5. So Port St. Lucie and St. Lucie County has adapted that. They require certain things that, you wouldn't think would be needed up here. But they do. Like, for example, when putting on new roofs, they require them to use this type of adhesive that's like liquid cement in between the shingles. That's something Miami has required, not here. You know what I mean? So they're requiring them to do a lot more things. Plus, most of the homes that are built in the last 10 years are CBS homes, so that can help as well. But there's just so much damage all over St. Lucie County. I'm grateful and thank God nothing happened to anyone in my neighborhood. But some of the stuff I've seen, and it's ridiculous. I'm like, wow.
Right. Yeah, and that's the thing about it. When they change the building code, it's also, not just protection from hurricanes, but sometimes it can also provide protection when you have tornadoes, like what happened where you at, Ali.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, what I've been told a lot of times, like the Miami, South Florida, Miami area sets the standard for codes and for construction and stuff, because they're built to withstand pretty much anything.
Right. Andrew was the reason for that.
Yeah, because of what happened in Andrew and stuff.
Yeah. Hurricane
Andrew was. I liked El Cap's explanation of Andrew. I didn't live here when Andrew happened, but he said it was like a giant. And I'm just gonna say it's like watching Godzilla like drag his arms along the ground all over Miami. That's basically what it looked like.
And that's a very good description.
All right, so we're really starting to experience some more heavy rainfall, and wind gusts are pretty consistent at this point coming through. Seem to be coming from, I mean, just south, really, right? Sometimes it's coming from the east. Sometimes it's coming from the west. It all just depends. Right now, this one here, all of you right now, is definitely coming from the east side. Big gusts coming through. But yeah, this is definitely getting to be the backside of the storm where a lot of that damage earlier in the day came from down in South Florida. So we'll be keeping a good eye on it. I'm seeing a lot of signs of pooling and, flooding. It's been raining here for almost 2 days straight heading into this storm up to this point. We got a long road ahead of us. Color, back to you guys in the studio.
Right on. I forgot to hit the weather chyron, man. I'm still learning, guys.
That's cool.
What is this? Oh, that's the roof from. Oh yeah, look at that.
Yeah, that's in St. Lucie County. That's one I put in there.
Crumpled.
Yeah, there's a lot of.
I guess they went to lunch early that day.
This is here. I'm going to show you an image that's right across, right down the street from me. Like I can drive to this exact spot in about 2 minutes. Let me share this real quick. Where am I? Window. Right here. This is off of Midway, and this is one of those new facilities they built. There's like companies like there's like not Camping World, but there's a company very much like Camping World that sells a bunch of RVs. I think they're in the building behind them that you can see in the distance. But this was a building right next to them. It's gone. This has only been built maybe like I want to say a year and a half ago.
Mm-hmm.
This is recent. That's another view of it. It's completely demolished. These are all in St. Lucie. Look at this.
Yeah, so, man,
all the prefab. That neighborhood. Wow, that one's destroyed.
Look at that. Look at that. Mm.
Yeah. Let me exit out of that.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Cole. I couldn't send that video. What it was a tornado that hit in Dover, Kansas.
Oh yeah, I was just looking at that now. I was going to pull it up.
Is this recent?
Shake shared it with me from you. This is as Mr. Polk said. This is from Dover, Kansas. This is drone footage of a town getting ripped apart. So this is sort of what you can imagine was happening with, a couple of them tornadoes today. If you were a little closer to be able to see it, this is very similar to what you would have seen. And look how it just rips everything up. It lifts everything up. It doesn't blow things. It lifts them first and then blows them.
And
it's all uplift.
Those are houses that hit right now. Look at that.
And then look at the inflow on the backside. If you were standing right here on the backside, you would have 60-mile-an-hour winds at your back. And as you can see, the only reason you can even see it is because of the debris.
Yeah.
Look, you see it disappear because it's only pulling up dust. And then look at all this stuff around. All this stuff is being uplifted by that mesocyclone. This tornado is not just right here. It's all around right here with all that stuff swirling around. That's the whole tornado.
I was going to say, Color, like, even when the tornado passes, the danger isn't gone because look at all that debris. That debris falls.
That's part of the tornado. You just can't see it, Ali. That this tornado is actually wider than what you're looking at.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And also, too, they have multiple vortices. And the
that
vortices look like little little tornadoes around the main one.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's
And
that
this
same
is how
tornado.
storm chasers can get accidentally caught too close because they
Mhm.
can't see the actual wind field in the perimeter of the tornado all the time. So they might drive a little too close, not realize it, and be in all this right here and not be able to get out of it. That's when they're basically misjudging the size of the tornado because they can't actually see the wind field. You can really see it illustrated right here. All of that around is the whole circulation of the mesocyclone. That's the whole tornado is all around here.
All right, so really starting to pick up in these parts now. As you can see, the wind's finally starting to pick up at backside of the storm. I don't know if you guys can see behind me, but it's really starting to happen in these parts. We're going to be on hurricane watch from here on out, or excuse me, tornado watch from here on out. So, man, it's way colder than it should be. I'll tell you what, dude. So, I'll keep you guys posted. Let you guys know.
Yeah, just be careful.
Really starting to get dicey in these parts. All right, so we're really starting to experience some more heavy rainfall, and wind gusts are pretty consistent at this point coming through. Seem to be coming from, just south, really, right? Sometimes it's coming from the east. Sometimes it's coming from the west. It all just depends. Right now, this one here, all of you right now, is definitely coming from the east side. Big gusts coming through. But yeah, this is definitely getting to be the backside of the storm where a lot of that damage earlier in the day came from down in South Florida. So we'll be keeping a good eye on it. I'm seeing a lot of signs of pooling and, flooding. It's been raining here for almost 2 days straight.
Uh-oh. Did we lose though, Cap? Yeah, we lost OCAP. Hey, we lost your feed, OCAP. Well, we'll wait on LCAP to get back. Everybody hit the like button, please. 546 now watching. I guess there's more people shutting stuff down because, there ain't much to see going on right now. But we've got El Cap in St. Augustine area. We've got Ali in Port St. Lucie. We've got Shake near Punta Gorda, where just north of there, the storm made landfall about 8 o'clock tonight.
Yeah.
We got Blitz pickup co-host Lewis popping in every now and then right from the Tampa area in the middle of it. And we got Mr. Polk here down here in South Florida with myself, following it all through and keeping y'all company, monitoring the radar because it's nighttime and we can't see them anymore.
And that's the part about tornadoes that don't.
Oh, that just gave me a heart attack, Mr. Polk.
What's that?
Somebody just rode by with a boom system. I thought it was a tornado, man.
Agree.
I'm like, oh, that's rumbling. What's going on?
Right.
I look out, there's a truck rolling by with a system.
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
But hey, that's the stuff you got to listen for at night. It's hard.
Yes.
You can't spot them at night. So you got to look at the radar and you got to listen.
Yeah.
You know, we're not in the Midwest, so we don't have tornado sirens.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
There's no way to know. You just be sleeping tonight and get woken up by it.
Exactly.
Our winds down here have been picking up pretty heavy, been pretty steady at about 35, 40 miles an hour now for the last hour. This is pretty much the event for us down here right now, making its way through, which is just a bunch of wind. There's not even any rain associated with it. The whole southern half of the cyclone is dried out. So we're really just experiencing a pure wind field, you know, southern side of a hurricane with no moisture involved.
Yeah, try.
And essentially that is what the cyclone is. The rain and all that and lightning, all that has nothing to really do with it. It's just a rotating column of wind, you know. So if there's no precipitation factors involved, you'll literally just have sometimes them blow through with just wind.
Yeah.
Especially on the southern side.
Just like I said, Andrew was mostly wind when it came to. It didn't really have a strong storm surge. In fact, I remember going outside and it wasn't no flooding at all, but it was just a lot of debris.
Right. No, Kevin, we pretty much are good down here. We've been in a tornado outbreak all day.
Yeah.
But as far as the storm itself, that's probably good they canceled your flight. Obviously, but they probably didn't have to go all the way till next week. I think that by Saturday, people will be able, probably by Friday morning, people will be able to fly into PBIA. But they have to go around that whole thing. They can't just fly over the storm. So it's probably too far out of the way for it to be worth their while on jet fuel. So they're just canceling the flight.
All right, so it's getting worse. Checking out here, color. I mean, the wind is howling out here. Sounds like there's planes like in the sky, but there's obviously not. We're in a hurricane. So every now and again, we'll just get these massive, massive gusts, but it's just blowing consistently right now. Rain's picked up. It doubled.
So the sustained wind,
I don't know, 5-10 minutes or so.
So the sustained wind, what would you estimate your steady wind is at?
It's weird. You hear like this, like weird, like drops of silence, and then it just sounds like a jet engine's flying overhead. There it is again.
Yeah, it's like Ali reported. It seems like a lot of the wind is keeping in the upper levels.
Yeah, really. There it is, right here. Oh shit! Oh shit! I heard that coming from a mile away.
Yeah, I heard that one too.
It's like you just got a good gust.
Hit the like button, everybody. We're gonna be here all night, getting through this storm. Make sure you guys subscribe to the Bitch Tailgate on YouTube. Gonna be here with you guys. I'll see you guys back in the studio, color. Jeez.
Roger that.
Oh man, I don't know if I'm going anywhere. Hold on, I can't. It's getting worse, boys.
Well, we'll keep him. We'll keep him on the screen until he cuts out.
All right, I'm gonna get inside, boys. It looks like there's gonna be some power outages down the yonder. I just seen a couple of blue light splashes.
That ain't good.
Button, everybody.
Wow. Live on location near St. Augustine, Florida, as the north end of the circulation of Hurricane Milton makes its way through the northern Florida region. That is El Capitan right there live on the scene.
Yeah.
Make sure you're following him on Twitter because you can get some updates there too. and hit the like button, everybody. Come over to YouTube if you haven't visited us over here at the Finn's Tailgate yet. We normally drop tailgates for the Miami Dolphins, talk about football. But obviously we've got, more important issues to cover tonight. So we're going to carry with you as long as I can stay awake, monitoring the radar for everybody and getting live updates from the likes of El Capitan near St. Augustine, Ali in Port St. Lucie, Florida, myself and Mr. Polk down in Southeast Florida.
Yeah.
And of course, Shake Money over in the Port Charlotte region, where just north of there tonight at around 8 p.m., Hurricane Milton made landfall near the Venice region. We'll get an official report from National Weather Service as to what they consider landfall, probably by tomorrow.
Okay. Yeah, flash flood.
But I'm thinking they're going to probably call it right at just north of Venice, Florida.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Which is about halfway between Port Charlotte and Sarasota. Looks like so far on the front edge of the storm, Tampa Bay dodged a serious one. The water was actually being pushed out of the bay, as I thought it may, depending on how the storm rolled in. But the backside of the storm is coming, so they will likely be experiencing a surge back into the bay later on this evening, throughout the night. So keep everybody in Tampa still in your prayers in the Pinellas County region in Tampa Bay. There's still a few hours left to go of this event, and they're not out of the woods yet, even with the storm surge. The front edge of the storm, Tampa Bay, definitely dodged a bullet. Water actually being drawn out of the bay. But that water circles around the eye wall, and it has to be pushed in at some point, and that happens to be at the southern eye wall tonight, near where it made landfall. Venice Beach and south, major storm surge flooding. You saw 5 minutes down the road from Shake Money, a whole entire, sub garage room of a building filled with water. Downtown Venice,
Hey,
right? Completely flooded.
Yeah, I just sent you a link on Twitter.
Oh, thank you, Shake.
It looks like Tropicana Field lost its stadium, the roof.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Oh, we definitely got to see that.
And also, too, the Weather Channel is reporting flash flood emergency in Pinellas County and Hillsborough County.
Yep, that would be where St. Petersburg and Tampa. Tampa's in Hillsborough County, and St. Petersburg is in Pinellas County. Right there, basically around Tampa Bay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, flash flood emergency.
So everybody definitely hunker down, be safe. Fortunately, so many people left that area, like, smartly. And don't think that you made a mistake just because it doesn't seem to be the Cat 5 monster that everybody thought it would be. Okay, don't think that you didn't do the right thing. You did the right thing getting out. You always do the right thing getting out. You can't. Hindsight's 20/20. If that thing would have come in even at a strong category 3 or a weak category 4, we would have seen a lot more destruction than what we've seen today and tonight. Most of the destruction across the peninsula of Florida has come from a tornado outbreak that was caused by the storm coming in most of the day today. And that goes all the way from the west coast of Florida to the east coast, where we saw tornadoes in Port St. Lucie. We saw tornadoes in Fort Myers, Clewiston, Broward County, west of I-75, Weston, Coral Springs, Palm Beach Gardens, Lockahatchee, Wellington. All of those places have experienced multiple tornadoes today. in what you would consider a major tornado outbreak in a given region. As Mr. Polk reported at the beginning of the show, we don't even know how much it's changed since then. But at the beginning of the show, there had already been 34
34
tornado warnings issued by the National Weather Service today. That's a lot of tornadoes, given that 90% of those warnings were probably actually tornadoes on the ground. I got more video coming in from El Cap. That one I've already shown. That's the surge in Punta Gorda, which is getting worse in downtown Punta Gorda. It's completely flooded.
And it was flooded. It was flooded 2 weeks ago. Without that, when the other hurricane passed by, it got flooded.
Yep. And then we got Ali's reporting about the stadium, Tropicana Field.
Tropicana Stadium, okay.
And we've got the footage of it right here. Looks like Tropicana Field has had its roof stripped. Wow. That's where the Tampa Bay Rays play, right?
Yeah, and I think that was a shelter, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, yeah, likely.
That's right.
Now this is that same garage where Jim Cantori was in. It's right down the road from Shake. So that's the south side, where the eye wall was coming from the west to the east inside into the state. And so it pushed all the Gulf water into Venice, Sarasota, Punta Gorda, Port Charlotte. And that's what you're witnessing right here. On the other end, the video Lewis shared with me earlier was the north end of the eye wall, where the storm was being pushed from the east to the west. So it was literally pushing the water out of Tampa Bay, like a reverse storm surge. And according to the radar, what's coming in behind it is likely going to push all that water back into the bay. So the storm surge threat for Tampa Bay is not over. And it just happens to come in this form for this particular storm. So I'm looking at it right now, the radar right now, and it looks like the western eye wall is starting to move in now to the Tampa Bay region. So likely you're probably going to start to see footage of people sharing footage of Tampa Bay swelling. We'll keep monitoring that. So real quick, I'm going to pull up the radar and kind of show you where everybody's at in relation to the storm.
Okay.
We'll let that refresh real quick while I am reading Kevin Lee's super chat. Thank you much for the $5 donation, Kevin. We were just talking about you the other night. You're one of our more consistent top 5 donors, at least, maybe top 3. We haven't actually looked at the numbers, but he says for El Cap's workers comp for any possible news reporting issues, stay safe.
Oh, good, Kev.
I think we had one earlier. I don't know if we read it.
Yeah. By the way, if you want a good laugh,
okay, that was from Michael K. Yep.
If you want a good laugh, read Scummy's comment.
Who?
Scummy says, my prayers go out for everyone that wants Tua to be cut. I knew he was going to work it in some way, bro. Wow. That's awesome. That just made my night.
Scummy doesn't let up. He does not let up.
So really quickly, if you're able to see my mouse pointer, Lewis is right about right here.
Yeah.
Near Tampa. They're getting a world of shit right now. That's likely why he hasn't chimed in a while. It's probably gotten worse for him there. You've got Shake is right around down in this area.
Yeah, that's why it's come over here where I'm at.
Yep. And that's also why you're getting that storm surge pushing into you, because you see the southern eye wall coming in that way, right? And then you got Ali is positioned right about here in a clearing. I myself am right about here. We just had a little squall line go through. That was that wind that was rattling my my storm shutter. And of course, Mr. Polk, I'm not sure how far south, but Mr. Polk is right around in this area. Greater Miami, we'll say. And then of course we got El Cap right up here near north of Palm Coast, right near St. Augustine. In this area, he's right in the thick of the north end of the storm coming in too, cycling in off the Atlantic. So he's going to have some flooding to deal with, and tornadoes, and some shifty straight line winds that could exceed 60 knots. So that's what Cap's dealing with right now. You can see it waving in to El Capitan's region, and as it moves in more, this more violent stuff is actually probably going to reach him. Like these waves here will probably eventually reach him as the storm keeps moving in and sort of kind of veering towards the north and going out Merritt Island like they originally predicted about 2 days ago. It's been shifting from Merritt Island to Palm Bay the past couple of days, back and forth. Even today, the track switched 3 times from Merritt Island to Palm Bay as far as where it's going to exit. So it's going to exit right around this area. You can see the eye wall, or the eye, starting to orient that way and push out to the northwest. So you can almost imagine already how that's going to affect all this circulation and how it's going to cycle in as the entire system moves this way. Because see, all this stuff is moving independent of the actual low pressure system. This is all cycling into the center. But at the same time, this center, this whole low pressure system is also moving to the northeast. So you have to think about that when you try to predict what these bands are going to do and where they're going to hit and where they're going to race across. Same with what I was saying about down here in Freeport. The line looks like it's going, vertical, but the whole line is shifting to the east as more time goes by. So eventually that train will move its way over Freeport like it already is. See, what I said was going to happen 2 hours ago. And here it is right now that the radar has advanced another 2 hours. It's doing exactly what I predicted. We'll stop it actually at its last frame to show you. So this is the most current frame, and you can see already Freeport, the whole line has shifted to the east, and now they're going to run right up this line into Freeport from the south to the north. And that's all tornadic squalls right there. We can zoom into them and look.
Yeah. Yeah.
All of that's going to just scissor up, basically. It's going to move vertically as it's moving east. So what you want to look for is, let's see if we can find a good sample, Mr. It's all nice and smeared out, so maybe they'll be okay for tornadoes, Mr. Polk. I don't know. It looks like it's kind of smeared out. This booger right here, I can see it becoming a supercell, like and it curling up right here into a hook echo. I could see that possibly happening, but it may not. But right now, it's looking pretty good for. It's going to be mainly just straight line winds coming into Freeport right now. So far, so good.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can pick out any hook echoes up where Capitan's at. Nope, nothing yet. This booger is going to be a problem right here as it moves on to the coast. There's Flagler Beach. You can drive onto that beach with a vehicle. It's so cool up there.
What?
There's Augustine Beach. So this is right around where Cap's at in this area. And we'll put it back in motion. Let it refresh.
Florida got so many towns and little cities and stuff.
Good gust.
Good grief.
About a 60-mile-an-hour gust right there. All right, let's see what we can see. So just nothing too crazy looking right now in this wave. Looks like a lot of rain.
Yeah, that's for sure.
See these bands of yellow coming in. You know, what you want to watch is watch them turning red and getting more volatile. But so far, it looks good right now for tornado activity. Looks, I should say, looks bad for it because it doesn't look like there's any right at the moment.
Yeah, you're right, Color, because the green kind of represents, basic regular rain. Yellow means it's moderate, and then the red is the heavy rain. And most of the time, that means that you got when you got a system like that, it can be spawning tornadoes like it did earlier.
Sure.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Yep.
It's not showing
Looks.
that in the ground.
And see how the northern part of the eye went just to the south of Tampa, and it wants to clear out in Tampa, but it's not gonna, because what's gonna happen is all this is now gonna shift direction this way, and they're not gonna get any of the eye clearing. You see that? They're in a really bad line of storms right now, probably getting hammered.
I just seen a text from Lewis saying it's getting real.
Yep, that's what I expected him to say. It's getting real. That's real right there. You can see it on the radar. That's what he's sitting in right there, is all this yellow and some red. You can start to see some of the red. And this right here, you can almost make out a hook right here.
Almost, yeah. Just went outside to drain the pool some more.
Now, what you would do at this point, if you were trying to determine it or not, you would now pull up the wind map and say, okay, is there a spot right there where red is meeting green?
Green, yeah.
You know, because I may have this backwards, but the red is, or the green is the wind that's coming towards the instrument, and the red is the wind that's going away from the instrument. So if they're touching each other, that means right there, there's some rotation.
Rotation, exactly. Exactly. And then with this, with that other, how should I say it? Radar, where it can show if there's debris. Goodness, what this show? Okay.
Well, once the tornado gets to like big wedge status and picking up whole towns, then you can actually make out the debris ball on the radar.
Yeah.
Like it's actually bouncing off the stuff that's inside that the tornado is picking up. I want to say, see, some of this stuff looks like it flashes a hook and then goes away. What you're seeing there inside that mess of that eye wall is exactly why hurricanes are destructive, because what you're getting is a whole bunch of downbursts with maybe one good rotation coming through constantly over and over and over again. Might not be a full tornado, but it's like, you know, a whoosh, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
at 100 miles an hour, you know, it's like,
yeah, that's a microburst.
Exactly. Pretty much. That's what you're seeing, is a whole bunch of little microbursts go through here.
And that's just as destructive as a tornado. Oh my
Now,
goodness.
it looks like they might get just barely touched by the eye. So there might be a half hour or so of calm coming up for him. Right here, you can see it at the very last frame. It starts to somewhat clear up. But what's going to happen is all this stuff right here is going to now shift direction because it's rotating and the whole system is moving northeast. That this little clearing is going to move over here, and they're not ever going to really get it. All this stuff is just going to start coming right in without them getting that clearing.
Yeah.
And that's the tough part of being on the top edge of the eye wall, is you never get the calm of the eye. It's just constantly all the whole 6-hour event is pounding you.
Yeah, that's good.
Or longer if it's a slow moving storm. If this is slow moving, this stuff could go on for 12 to 18 hours.
Exactly.
Constant 100-mile-an-hour winds. And that's why whole towns get obliterated.
Yeah.
You can build for the wind strength, but you also have to build for withstanding that wind strength for up to 18 hours straight.
That's right.
If it's a slow mover. So eventually the stuff just gives way.
Mm-hmm. And that also that's also a reason why, like I said, trees are easily pulled up and pushed over or thrown because they can't take that long period of strong winds.
Plus, we've been so battered by hurricanes over the last 15, 20 years that a lot of these trees that you see are not fully rooted yet.
Exactly.
So they'll just lay over even in a thunderstorm sometimes in the afternoon. It's like, the whole mound of grass will come up and it'll just lay over because a lot of these trees were just planted from other hurricane cleanups.
It's still a Cat 2 hurricane with 105 miles per hour winds.
That means somebody along this eye wall is getting, 110 mile an hour winds.
Yeah. Yeah.
Somebody in this circle right here.
Right there.
Look, the whole eye is opening up, dude, to the western or to the eastern part of the storm. It's completely collapsing right now. It doesn't even have an eastern eye wall right now. I mean, it's there. You just can't see it because there's no moisture.
Right.
What I'm hoping, you notice how this is dipping now a little to the south?
Mm-hmm.
This little band on the southern eye wall, I'm hoping it lifts up as the storm moves northeast. Otherwise, this rotational band right here is going to throw some stuff out at us down here, Mr. Polk. And you can already see some of it starting to form here in this area. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So we're not out of the woods yet, but it just depends on if this thing lifts up out of there. That last little curl on the southern eye wall, I'm wondering how east that's going. You know what I mean? Like if it's lifting up to the northeast, then that should miss us.
Right, because look what just went through us and right now it's going over the Bahamas.
Right. This stuff, yeah, exactly. This whole line is what's been bugging us all day, pretty much.
And I see some water spouts coming with that.
This is probably full of water spouts right here. Now look at this little line.
Right.
Coming up here in a second. This is going to be our next batch of problems. Is this stuff, that's starting to form lines in through here, Mr. Polk, as this southern eye wall starts coming through. What's going to probably happen is it's going to rotate like this, where the southern eye wall is going to come around as the storm's moving northeast. The southern eye wall is probably going to come around like this. Maybe touch Port St. Lucie. You know what I mean?
Right. See, that's why we're still on the tropical storm warning.
Of course, because we're still getting 50 mile an hour winds right here. This is all clear. But as I can tell you, if I were to, put my microphone up to my storm shutter right now, it's like constantly rattling now.
Still getting the feeder bands. That's what those are.
What we got to hope for is it stays dry, because if this stuff keeps firing up like that,
then that's true.
What we want, Mr. Polk, is we want this to pull out and clear out before the morning sun.
Yeah,
because once the air starts heating up tomorrow when the sun rises, all of this stuff is going to start filling in with moisture. You know what I mean? And these lines are going to become visible.
Yeah, because that's what happened this morning with those tornado outbreaks.
Yep.
The heat, when it started heating up to a certain time, that's when you start getting the supercells.
Yep.
Coming out those feeder bands.
Yep. And I'm hoping if we can get to here by the time the sun rises, we should be out of the clear. You know what I mean?
Right.
We're in the clear. If we're still here when the sun rises tomorrow, this stuff is probably going to fire up.
That could be a problem.
But lately, from my experience, a lot of storms have taken this track where they lift up, like lift out and above South Florida like that. And lately, it's been pretty much cleared out. Like, other than wind, maybe another line of squall line might come through, but we're pretty much going to be good, I think. I don't want to say that for sure, because as soon as I say that, a squall line will come through South Florida and screw everybody up. You know what I mean?
I hear you on that.
But that's why they call them a squall. It's like,
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Man, I remember one time, Mr. Paul, we were building this house on Palm Beach, and we had just stacked a few columns of cinder blocks, and they had just poured them fresh of concrete. And this squall line came in the afternoon. This was like before hurricane season started that year. And this squall line comes in off the beach, man, and like totally obliterated all the work we had done all morning. And it only lasted like 5 minutes, man. We're out there shoveling up concrete in like a little mini squall, a little mini cane, you know what I mean? Like shoveling up all the fresh concrete that just got dumped out of the cinder blocks.
Oh my goodness.
That's always fun.
Okay.
And they can pop up out of nowhere. You just be on the beach near the beach on a given afternoon, and like all of a sudden, you're like, yo. And it's just like one little cell comes in and just obliterates stuff.
Yeah, that's a crazy Florida weather. That's what it's like living in Florida. Oh, okay. Crypto's back with us.
Palm City, Kevin Lee, Palm City. If you're talking about Palm City, where is Palm City? Palm City's out by.
Is that on the East Coast? Further
I thought Palm City was out west of Lockahatchee on Southern. I thought that's where Palm City. Or is that Palm? What is that? Palm.
Because I need to know that for myself. Where Palm City is at?
Because I know Palm Bay is near Stewart. Palm Coast is up near St. Augustine.
Let's see.
Is Palm City out near Homestead or something, maybe?
Palm City, Florida. Let's see.
I guess we could just look it up, right? Let's see. Google Maps.
From Stewart. Or it's in Martin County. But let me see where's
Oh, Palm City. Yeah, that's Stewart. Yeah, Palm City, Stewart area. Yeah, that's right. Well, I tell you, Kevin, Palm City is like, or Stewart area, Fort Pierce, Port St. Lucie. These are the places that usually take the landfall whenever we got one coming towards West Palm Beach. They usually end up veering just to the north of us, hitting like Stewart. Like, for instance, Francis or Jean struck Port St. Lucie area, pretty much Stewart. And Francis came just a little below that, hit Jupiter, pretty much was where its official landfall was at. But these storms were supposed to hit West Palm, and they didn't. They veered off into like Stewart in that area. So that's just lately. I'm not saying that's the norm. That's just lately.
In fact, Kev, Palm City had a tornado warning a little earlier, around 4:45.
Yeah, north of Vero Beach. Yep, up way up there. Yep. Not too far from where El Cap's at, and not too far north of Ali. It's kind of smacking between Ali and El Cap.
El Cap, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Talk to me, Milton. Talk to me. That's crazy. That is crazy. Wow, look at the whole state just clear out. I hope it stays like that. 'Cause I really don't want to deal with this nonsense tomorrow. Make sure you're catching us. Subscribe to the channel. Hit the notification bell because Cap will be going live at some point tomorrow early to assess all this damage as the storm continues to move through. We're going to start getting reports from the cleared out areas, like where Shake's at. By the morning should be we should be able to assess some damage. We're going to be able to continue to assess the tornado damage all throughout southeastern and South Florida, all the way from Miami, western Miami to western Palm Beach County. Whole line of tornadoes, what you would call a tornado outbreak, happened today. And as well as up near closer to the storm, Fort Myers area, West Coast, they all had a nice little outbreak too. So you'd say that South Florida had a proper Midwestern style tornado outbreak today. Big chunky tornadoes on the ground all over the place. Footage coming in from everywhere. And so we'll continue to assess all the damage once the sun comes up and people can see more. And I'm going to go as long as I can, Kevin Lee, till I feel safe enough to fall asleep.
I know what you mean, Cully. You hear that wind gusting out there. Wait a minute now.
I know. I just can't get away from the radar, Mr. Bulk. I'm like, no, it's my only sight right now. You know what I mean?
I hear you.
My ears and the radar. That's all we got. But you know, Mr. Polk, a lot of the times you'll notice in like the Kansas, Oklahoma area, the plains, basically, when they get their events, it's usually right around like early afternoon to into the evening, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that dry line will advance to the east later that night and set up a similar kind of setup for Missouri.
Yeah.
Except by then it's 2 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
So quite frequently our tornado outbreaks in Missouri would be overnight and we'd be up all night watching the radar. Like the whole area would be up. Every one of us would be half asleep going to work the next day because every one of us were up watching the radar all night.
Yeah.
This is how it is to monitor the weather in springtime in Missouri. It's usually this time of night. And you're watching the radar and listening for tornado sirens, which we don't have the luxury of in South Florida.
Yeah, which I know don't. But if the climate keeps changing, we may. I don't know.
Climate been changing for 2,000 years.
But I'm gonna tell you something. The tornadoes that touched down, let's see, is it still? Yeah, that touched down earlier today. That's out of the norm. Oh no, I take that back because it was a tornado outbreak in. Well, let me do a little research real quick. No, you go ahead and talk, because I'm gonna see what that last tornado outbreak was here in Florida.
If you're choosing between Palm City or Baton Rouge, I'd probably go with Palm City.
Who's that, Kevin Lee?
Baton Rouge sits in the Mississippi River Delta, basically, and it doesn't smell the greatest there. Especially when the afternoon thunderstorms fire up, you can smell the swamp, and it's not. I mean, I guess if you live there and you're used to it, it ain't no big deal. But, you know, I was quite taken back by how it smelled in Shreveport when I stayed there for a week.
Wow. Let's see.
Oh, Boca Raton, he meant. Yeah, well, historically, recently, within the last 40 years, Boca's been fairly spared of any major storms or major events, basically. They took more damage than we did in Hurricane Andrew, but still nothing like Fort Lauderdale and Miami. There was a hurricane in I want to say 62 or 61 that hit Boca. I think that was Betsy. Was that 60? That might have been 65.
Yeah, Betsy.
You remember Betsy? 60. We're probably both too young for Betsy. I only heard about Betsy when I was growing up.
No, I've heard of Betsy. Let me see something. Let me pull up Betsy real quick.
So I guess we'll get the latest track update while we're at it. Let me pull that off the screen and pull up this. Oh, we got the wind field map. Let's take a look at that real quick. See how much it's changed. So if you guys remember, when I was trying to look at these wind maps and satellite maps to figure out just about where this thing was going to make landfall a couple days ago, you probably would remember that when I put it on at the last couple days, when I put it on 7 a.m. or yesterday it was 4 a.m. on the slider, it had the center of circulation right over Bradenton. So the storm is definitely ahead of schedule compared to what the tools were suggesting. So that's where the center of circulation is right now. That's about due west of Bradenton. And it is heading, let's see, we'll click on 8 o'clock this morning. It'll already be nearing its exit near Merritt Island. You can see the center of circulation right here at about 8 o'clock. So this thing is moving pretty fast.
Yeah.
Let's see, 3 a.m., 4 a.m. we'll put it. Looks like the center is circulation is going to be right around between Fort Meade and Lakeland at around 4 a.m. in the morning. Keep in mind, that's the center of circulation. That's going to be the eye. That's not where the winds are actually at. And the winds around there are going to be tropical storm force by then. The southerly winds, we'll see if we can get any big ones here. Let's see what we got. 30. Yeah. So by then, you're going to seriously see a big weakening down to tropical storm strength overall by 4 a.m. Oh, well, these winds coming in that will be pushing. See how it's happening here?
Mm-hmm.
It's going to end up now. This is when they're going to experience their storm surge in Tampa Bay along the western coastline. Okay. Because look, you still got 45, 50 mile an hour winds cycling in through here at 4 a.m., 57, 60. You know what I mean? So you're still looking at it pushing the water up onto the shore and creating a surge there. Same with Sarasota, Bradenton, the whole bay, and also the Gulf coast of Clearwater. You're going to get some storm surge. 54 mile an hour winds at 4 in the morning are coming your way. So they're not out of the woods yet for the storm surge in Tampa Bay, as you can see. Let's advance it up to 5 a.m. You can see it veers north and then east and then north. So it's going a good northeast right now. And will likely exit out Merritt Island. Let's see, 10 o'clock in the morning. It is now actually circulating on the coast of Merritt Island, right around Cape Canaveral. This is basically where the shuttle launch pad is, right around here.
Oh, okay. That's where.
This little piece right here, that's actually like the launch pad right there.
Oh, okay.
Now, at about that time, you're going to have, 30-mile-an-hour winds coming in. So you're not going to have a huge storm surge there. You're going to have 40, 50-mile-an-hour winds up by near El Cap. So that's when they're going to be experiencing a lot of their storm surge. Let's back it up a little bit. Yeah, you're into the 40s and 50s here. Let's go to... We'll go to noon tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Center of circulation is well off the coast of Merritt Island. And the winds should be shifting coming from the northeast into El Capitan at that point at about the same 40 to 50 miles an hour.
Okay.
So Cap's going to be dealing with tropical storm force winds for the next 12 hours, pretty much. 3 p.m., you can see it's way off into the Atlantic. Winds are still cycling into the coast at 50, 60 miles an hour. Look at that. See, you guys just don't, a lot of people just don't realize how long these events are, and how long they stay, strong and viable.
Yep, that's real.
Of course, let's say by evening time tomorrow, you're pretty much dropping back to, your typical windy day in Florida, 20-mile-an-hour winds. Probably no moisture. It'll be dried out. And we get up into 10 p.m. tomorrow night. We'll go all the way to midnight. So we're exactly 24 hours from now. You can see the center is way off the coast into the Atlantic. Already starting to strengthen again and reform. And we are hopefully in some nice cool weather. I'd love it to be cool.
I wouldn't mind that neither. I like that better than the heat.
We'll see all this, Mr. Polk. I don't think it's going to reach us. We'll see. 3 p.m. Friday. Oh, it's getting close. Oh, it's definitely going to cool down, dude. Look at that.
Okay.
11 p.m. Friday night. Oh, yeah. We're going to be nice and cool.
I will take it.
So there you go. That's the latest wind map. Let's look at the clouds, the actual satellite image of the storm itself. We're going to go with a 10-hour range here so we can see the whole life of it for the last 10 hours. Or, I'm sorry, 6 hours. As soon as it loads up. So you're going to get to witness. This is a landfalling Category 3 hurricane. It actually looks like it went through an eye replacement right at landfall. Look at that. See that?
Yeah, it did that quite a few times.
Yep. And I think that's why we got the weakening that we saw. See the eye blow out at the bottom right there? You'll see it right. There's the eye. Boom, it blows right out and reforms ahead of it. So it basically replaced the eye as it made landfall.
And land breezes on opposite sides.
Yep.
Land breezes and sea breezes.
Yep. Oh, you see that, Crypto? One's upper level, one's lower level, and they're going opposite directions. Isn't that cool? So after all this, and again, another reason it weakened, you can see the shearing right here. This is all wind shearing right here, storm shearing. And so look at behind the storm at the last frame. And this is what we got coming in behind us. Wait, let me go back there. Right there. This is what we got coming in behind us. Blue skies and sunshine. Loving that.
Yeah.
Here's the current track of the storm. Puts the center of the storm just inland. And then, of course, like it said all week, exiting right out Merritt Island. That's going to be back up to a Cat 2 right there, or a Cat 1. It looks like it's going to stay as a Cat 1 for a while and then go extra tropical.
Yeah, because the waters are still. Wait a minute. Oh, okay.
Here's Leslie making its turn like expected. Thank you. And this, of course, is the latest piece coming off Africa, but it's already veering to the north. That shouldn't be a threat later on. This might be what Ali was talking about, this invest over here, but that should be moving away from Mexico, not towards us. Let's see. Yeah, it's moving away from us. That's not the next threat. That might be what people were talking about, but it's moving away. It's moving the opposite direction.
Right. But the reason why they brought it up because if I'm not mistaken, that's where Milton came from. It came from
Milton formed right here. You can see it at the beginning of its track. Here was the depression right here. This is where Milton formed.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
We can actually zoom in on that. It was a TD right here, tropical depression. So that's where it formed. And then this right here, all of this took 46 hours. And that's what they were saying is the shortest time period from depression to Cat 5 that we've seen on record. So from here and all of this to here took 46 hours. And apparently that's unprecedented. No big deal. It's not like it's not possible. I mean, physics are physics. Just might have never happened, but it could have happened a dozen times before we started recording this stuff. We'll look at the rainfall, precipitation across the region. Obviously, it's raining. You got a little strip west of Fort Lauderdale raining. Yep, looks like rain. Now that squall line is properly moved into Freeport now. Let's see how strong the winds are at Freeport right now. 25, 23 miles an hour. 30 miles an hour. Yep. Not too bad. It's what we're rolling at about right now. We're at 29. And we're not going to get much worse than that, I don't think. Well, we could get into the, let's see, 5 a.m. Yeah, I guess around 4 a.m., 2 to 4 a.m., we'll be getting some good 40-mile-an-hour winds, but that's going to be it for us. Except maybe on the backside, no. Yeah, again, just 40. Nothing too strong for us. But it looks like it's going to be like that all day tomorrow, Mr. Polk. Good 40-mile-an-hour steady wind all day. It looks like we got out Cap with some video coming up. Let's see if we got a report from him. It looks froze, but we'll see.
Massive whipping winds coming in through the area again. Here we go. Yeah, there we go. Again, you can hear the howling. It comes up from way up high. Straight sounds like a freight train. I mean, I wish you guys could hear this, dude. It just sounds like jets flying overhead, man. It's crazy. So, yeah, hit the like button, guys. Make sure you guys are subscribing on the Fitz Tailgate on YouTube. We'll be here all night and all day tomorrow giving you guys updates throughout the state.
Thank you, Ocat. Appreciate that update.
Oh, yeah.
Live from the St. Augustine region in northern Florida. That is El Capitan.
What'd you say, Crypto?
What was that?
No, I ain't
Crypto?
saying nothing. No,
were you about to? No.
Oh.
No, I was responding to what Cap said.
Oh, they showing this the stadium on Tropican. The Tropican on the Weather Channel. Man, the sun came out. Man,
Yeah. Apparently the roof's been ripped off.
you ain't kidding.
That was inevitable.
Mm.
That was inevitable. It almost looks like that big comma that's going out, that whole strip that's coming down into Freeport and opening up the whole storm. It looks like that might circulate around as it moves out into the Atlantic and tighten back up and be its new eye. You know what I mean? Like all that stuff's probably going to wrap up and tighten and form its new eye.
Yeah, because once we get on the land side, it's supposed to jump up to a Cat 1, maybe Cat 2 hurricane again.
What's happening, guys?
All right, Cat.
Again, just more of the same over in these parts. Just steady gusts of wind, howling, rain. You know, the full Monty. There'll be some, it's weird because it'll just be silent and then you'll hear the whistling in the air. Again, it just sounds like there's jets flying overhead or something. And then all of a sudden here comes all the rain and then it follows right behind it. Still just beating down on us. Water levels begin to rise. We'll see if the drainage holds up. Seems to be doing a good enough job, though, to be honest. So for as much rain as we've had in these parts past 2 days now, it's doing pretty good. So back to you guys at the office, Color.
Okay.
Thank you once again for that report.
Alrighty.
Okay.
Yeah, that's real.
I think I'm going to give you guys a brief look. It's midnight right now. We're pretty much getting what we were supposed to get down here in Florida for the hurricane, I should say. The Tornadic event earlier today was definitely our event, but as far as the hurricane itself, this is what we were supposed to get right here. So I want to give you guys a chance, even though it's nothing big here down here in South Florida and West Palm. I want to give you guys a chance to see what it looks like, just the atmosphere in a good 40-mile-an-hour steady tropical storm force type event with very little moisture. I want you guys to see. So I'm going to go mobile here in StreamYard. I'm going to pop myself in this way.
Okay.
I'll pull myself out here.
Okay.
All right. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yeah.
All right. Perfect. Perfect. Flip on my camera. I don't know if Cap's still in back. If you can put me on solo, Cap, that would be really cool. All right. Now let's see if my camera's facing the right way. Yep. There's my door. God, the door, I can't even. The wind is pushing against the door. It made the door hard to unlock. So let me be careful opening this door. Can't even get it open. Oh, oh. Wow, it's actually whipping a lot more than I thought it would be here. That's pretty strong wind.
Explain. Yeah, that explains why. That explains why it's down here. That explains.
See palm tree rocking back and forth. And right now I'm feeling about a steady 30 mile an hour wind. That's sustained. It's nothing else. It's constant. Oh. I'll come down the other end of my corridor here. You can see the courtyard. These are regular non-palm trees. Looks like this booger leaned a little bit. That wasn't leaning this morning. That tree. It must have got a little downburst, bended a little. There's my power box. If that thing gets taken, there's my power. Let's see, I'm back here. Can't really see much in the lighting around here. Kind of see the sky a little bit. I'm facing towards the ocean right now. So this is towards the east. This is towards the northeast. And now that's towards the north. All those clouds you're seeing off to the east, that's kind of the stuff you're seeing that's out at the Bahamas right now. So pretty, calm down here. You can see relative to what's going on near towards the storm. But just like El Capitan, I can hear the wind gusts about 50 feet up above my head. Like the wind is way stronger up there than it is down here. What I'm hearing is not what I'm actually feeling. Go check back on the west end. I'm facing due west right now. And that'll be to the south. Northwest, where I'm facing right now, where those storms, it's facing towards Lockahatchee and Wellington. So that's where those storms hit earlier that we showed that way. So there you go. That's what's going on in Palm Beach County right now. West Palm Beach proper. Well, greater West Palm Beach. So there you go. Not too bad down here. Oh yeah, I'm getting it, Mr. Paul. Mr. Paul lost power for a second. Must be that little blob that we saw head down there heading in. Appreciate all 600. We got 635 people watching across Twitter and YouTube. Make sure you're heading over to YouTube. We normally drop tailgates online for the Miami Dolphins. We're in a bye week right now. We've got a hurricane coming in, so we decided to bring you all continuing coverage of it. We got El Capitan up near the St. Augustine region. Got Ali in Port St. Lucie. Shake Money over on the West Coast near Charlotte. And myself, West Palm Beach, and we got Mr. Polk down in closer to Miami giving us updates. And of course, Crypto up in Maryland to keep us all awake. We couldn't do it without you, Crypto.
Yeah, I'm still here. Yeah, I was in there.
Oh, I know what I was trying to check. You know what I forgot to do? Oh, we weren't gonna. That's right. We weren't gonna monetize this one anyway, so we're good there. That way, we don't have to get in trouble for anything.
Yeah, if all the Floridians are under actual weather. I'm under the actual sinus weather.
Under it. You're under it.
Yeah. Gotta go through my 3 to 4 day phase of the sniffles.
Man, I'm really curious to see what happens with this storm as it moves the rest of the way through. It looks like it's just falling completely apart. But I just know that this thing's going to reform on its circulation and like still bring a whole bunch more rain and nastiness on its way out. I can't imagine this be it for Central and South Florida. It just can't be. There's no way. It's going to come back cycling in. We got to keep being careful here, guys, because it ain't near done yet. By the way, this line of stuff heading towards now Boca Raton is stretching from West Boca all the way down to West Hollywood. Is a nice little squall line coming in now for those of you in South Florida to pay attention to. Nothing looks major about it, but just keep it in mind.
Ali, you said they have damage on the Devil Rays Stadium as the roof is now torn apart.
Yep. So as you can see here,
they have retractable.
Right about at the last frame, you can see this line of thunderstorms here. Probably nothing serious, but a bunch of wind, straight line wind and rain. This is going to be following up behind it. You also got one west of Homestead starting to track into the Miami area. Any of these lines can start to fire up and be and start to get a little dangerous. So we're watching them all. I'm watching them until my wheels fall off. I'm gonna find a radar that can refresh quicker though. Let's see. Graphical trail, weather outlook, wind speed probably. I don't want that. I'm gonna have to go up here. Radar imagery. Look at the rest of the country. Just nothing. The rest of the country is completely having a gorgeous night. Except this little bit of stuff in Oklahoma. Heading towards Oklahoma City. They might want to keep an eye on that. Wonder if this is a new eye forming right here. What is going on there? Did it just lose its eye and replace it right here? Is that where the new eye is at? It's going to have a hard time exiting out Merritt Island if that's where the new eye is at. Looks like Orlando now. Getting a serious round. Look at this. Orlando getting a serious round of action right now as we speak. So if you're in the Orlando region, chime in. Let us know what's going on. Looks like you got a good flare up going on in Orlando area right now. All around Orlando. Eustis, Leesburg, heading up into Ocala. The Ocala National Forest is getting hammered right now. Look at that. just hammered. You got Ocala's right here. That's where I used to live, Denellen, off 41, this little area. And they're getting hammered too. So you can see northern Florida northern central Florida starting to just get hammered. Then you got a nice long line of stuff coming down the west side in the Big Bend region that's hammering them. That's going to draw down into Tampa as the night goes on. Right now you got Lou over in this area. It's trying to clear up for him, but they're not getting that clear. So now you see this backside starting to approach Lewis. They never got their clearing. They never got their calm. The eye is just to their south. So he got the eye wall, but not the eye. And all of this stuff right here cycling in, this stuff right here is going to be pretty nasty on its way in. But it should be one or two rounds, and then you got nothing but in the clear on the, coming behind it. So this whole stuff right here is going to be about 6 or 8 hours rounds of nastiness and thunderstorms and heavy wind and rain and all of that. And then it'll be over for that area. You're looking at probably around, want to say at 10 in the morning tomorrow. They should be just about done. That's 10 hours from now. Wow, a whole nother 10 hours of this shit, man. Told y'all hurricanes do not mess around, people. Even a fast moving one is still going to give you a good 24 hours of freaking rain and wind. At least. And that's a fast moving storm. We were going to start this show tonight at 10 o'clock because we were projecting landfall overnight, and it just sped up and like, boom, made landfall right around 8 p.m. That's why we kind of rushed it up real quick. It was already making landfall as we were getting ready to start the show up. I'm like, wow, we actually the storm ended up being way ahead of schedule by about 8 hours ahead of schedule. Or ahead of predicted schedule, I should say. There is no schedule. Yeah, V21, Mr. Paul lost his power. I don't know if it's due to the storm or maybe one gust might have taken out a local power line. Yes, you should be, Lewis. That's what I was looking at on the radar just now. You should be. And it looked like the eye wanted to give you guys a little clearing, but it all circulated back around, and now everything should be coming to you from the north right now. As it moves east, it'll start to shift and come in maybe more from the west, northwest, but you're almost in a clearing, but it didn't give you one. So it's like you're right at the very north eye wall, right in the thick of the north eye wall. And because of the rotation of the storm and its northeastern movement, you guys kind of got like ghosted basically from the eye. It kind of like said, nope, I'm going to sit here and now change direction and go the other way for you all. And you never got out of the eye wall, so you're still in it right now, basically, is what I'm seeing on radar. I don't know if you lost power to everything. Looks like you got your phone, so I'm sure you got radar to see yourself, but it looks like you got the whole western side still to come in. It'll be rotating in probably for the next 10 hours, I'd say. Maybe about 4 or 5 bands when it gets there. When the eye wall starts moving away from you and you start getting more bands, you're going to have about 3 or 4 crazy bands, and the whole event's going to last for about another 8 to 10 hours. So hunker down, cook some French toast before your power goes out, dude, and have fun, man. Fire up a Monopoly game or something, man. Maybe take the old lady back, put the kids to bed and play some Naked Twister, or something with the old lady. That's what they do in Missouri for snowstorms and tornado events. They all sit home and make French toast. So all of the stores will be out of bread, eggs, and milk and oil. And they all do the same thing. When they can't leave their house, they all just sit there and make French toast. Yeah, that's a good idea too. I might join you. I don't have one rolled up, but I certainly got one stuck in my bowl right now. If y'all got it out there, fire one up for Lewis, man. Send him a prayer in your smoke. Dude, it's really cool having somebody like Lewis right there who kind of knows what he's talking about when it comes to hurricanes and shit. Sitting right there in the northern eye wall. That is freaking cool, man. I can't believe nobody's lost power. This is just amazing. Look, it ain't no huge thing like it was going to be, but a tropical storm knocks power out. Like, I'm really surprised that everybody's still got power. It's amazing. It's really awesome. We've never been able to see stuff like this growing up. To watch this storm come in on radar from a safe spot just to the southeast of the storm is so fun. I can't even, for a guy that likes the weather and all that, been following it all my life, to have the ability to watch this stuff in real time is just so freaking cool, man. I'm sorry if people are in danger right now, and it's not a happy situation for a lot of people. I get it. Big tornado outbreak today. First one I've ever experienced in my life in Florida. And I mean, it's just, prayers to everybody out there that's taken some damage from this storm. But we have to recognize how much worse it could have been. We seriously, I know this is only the Florida guy in me talking, and people from around the country and around the world might think I'm being insensitive. But Floridians will understand what I'm saying. Not just Floridians, Carolinians, Virginians, anybody up and down the eastern seaboard, Louisianans, Texans, you all can understand what I'm saying. We dodged a serious, serious bullet tonight. Seriously. You're talking about a major, major, major Cat 5 storm not 2 days ago. Now, we all kind of knew and predicted it was going to weaken, but it weakened a lot more than even expected as it approached landfall. And with the way the trajectory came in, at least half of the eye wall was pushing water out of Tampa Bay instead of into it. So you got to be thankful for that. Lou, if you can, yes, and thank you so much for sending that video, because it completely confirmed with visual evidence what I was talking about, so people could really see it in action. And that was so beneficial to everybody, Lewis. I really appreciate it. That's my favorite footage of the whole day and night, bro. I can't even express to you enough my thanks. But if you can, I don't know if you've got any reports coming in now that the western side is starting to funnel in, based on the way the wind speed looked on the wind speed map and all that. It looks like the western side is going to push from the north, kind of northwest, the southern coastline of the bay where Bradenton sits, and of course Hillsborough County and all that. On that quadrant of the bay, it looks like it's going to be surging in. If it already isn't, it might already be doing that because of the way the wind is blowing now. And also on the Gulf side, the northwestern Gulf side coast of Clearwater has also got some pretty good 50, 60 mile an hour winds cycling into it from the northwest. So you're not spared completely of a storm surge, but at least you didn't get that initial blow right into the bay, right into the center of it. Most of the stuff you're getting, it seems like, from the backside of the eye wall is coming in from the northwest, where it's not going to be the entire coastline of the bay getting inundated. It's going to be more like the southern curl of the coastline of the bay, and we'll monitor that as it happens. I'm hoping, because things have gotten weaker, I'm hoping that you're only going to be looking at a 6 to 10 instead of a 12 to 18 or even 20-foot storm surge. So let us know how that's going as it comes through tonight. We'll probably get footage from people if there is any kind of major surge. It seems like the big part of the storm surge has happened down in Shake's neck of the woods, Port Charlotte, Venice, as well as some southern parts of Sarasota, even Bradenton. I saw some flooding footage. But man, gotta love science. You just gotta love science. It's so one or the other. The wind's coming from the northeast at hurricane force. Why wouldn't it push the water out of the bay? You know what I mean? It's like it seems so logical. And then to just see the evidence of it, bro. Yeah, you're just on it tonight, Lou. Shake and Cappers seem to be okay. I haven't gotten word from Shake in a little while. Maybe about an hour ago we had him up. Cap did a report about 20-30 minutes ago. Business is starting to pick up there, and he's likely going to be in about 50 mile an hour, 60 mile an hour winds for the remainder of the night, and the remainder of the storm event. Even after it pulls off the coast, the backside still looks like it's going to be funneling in some 30, 40, 50 mile an hour winds into his region. Tornado wise and all that, it's looking pretty decent on the radar. Ocala right now is actually getting hammered. Ocala, Leesburg, everything a little south of Ocala, they got some major bands coming in right now of some ugliness. So I'd imagine if anybody's in the Ocala, Orlando region and that stretch between Orlando and Ocala, send us some pictures if you got any, or let us know how things are going right there right now, because right now they have a major event going on. That could be full of tornadoes and all that. And the North Florida region is already susceptible to tornadoes. When you talk about the more long track tornado events, they usually happen in the wintertime in northern Florida. So they kind of have a ripe atmosphere for it anyway. But when I experienced Francis and Gene actually went through Ocala as a tropical storm. And I mean, you're talking in that forest and all that with trees that aren't made for hurricanes. So it was pretty destructive, like when it comes to trees falling down and things like that. Wasn't fun. And then, of course, during the night, we had just all kinds of nasty, nasty thunderstorms coming in most of the night. Got some text messages coming in. Let me see what we got here. Must have went to Walgreens. My buddy just asked me. He's in Missouri. He asked me why he just got carded for cigarettes. Probably because you went to a Walgreens. Mr. Polk says his internet service is temporarily down. Man, I better warm up my chili before I lose.
Probably some stuff there.
Yeah. Well, it might have to do with
I
that.
need to go get me a scarf.
What's that, Crypto?
I need to go get me one of them cold scarves. Fix me some methylated tea or something. Menthol tea or something.
I'm thinking these couple little squall lines that are running through
cough drops.
That are running through south of Fort Lauderdale and in Miami. I think they might be carrying winds with them that might have knocked a pole down or something that caused them to lose power, because it doesn't look like any moisture really. But I bet that squall line has some good wind, even though there's not really any rain associated with it. Check back on Freeport here. They're just getting, well, it looks like the whole line moved past Freeport now. So they're all cleared up. But some of them things are looking like got some hook echoes in them. Heading towards our friends over at the North Shore of the Bahamas, on Grand Bahama. And of course, all this is heading towards Coopertown. And we'll drag up to Abacoa and the Eastern Island. Right now, the storm line is just about to approach the East Grand Bahama National Park. So I don't know where Sharif is at, which one of these islands he's on, but be safe, Sharif, if you're listening. I know you're out in the Bahamas. This line, the southern portion of this line, is going to be approaching Nassau and Westside National Park within the next few hours, as more lines start to push into southern Miami and start to fire up. Looks like the eye has taken another dip to the south, so we could be looking at an exit point of Palm Bay again, in which case this whole southern side might just clip West Palm in a few hours. We'll have to continue to watch it and see what happens. I think Ali might not be out of the woods yet. I think based on its current trajectory, what this radar is looking like, I'm thinking it might actually have dipped south again, wobbled south again, whatever you want to call it. And this whole mass right here that looks sort of like a tornado, just on its shape, that usually correlates. And so here you can see at the bottom of this thing, watch this hook echo form as it goes through. Watch this. Right here. You see that? Look right there. I'm going to pause it right on the frame. Okay. This was, well, that's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to do this. Where is it? Right there, but more right here. Look at this hook echo. You see that form? It's right there. Look at that, Crypto. I don't know if you can see it or not. Oh, I don't have the page shared. What am I doing? Hold on a second. Let me get that up. Yo, look at this. This is heading towards Kissimmee right now. Okay, it's likely already there because this is a couple frames back. Oak Ridge, Kissimmee. This is a proper hook echo right here. If there was a little red blob in here, I would say that's a tornado on the ground. And you can see it form. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Boom. Right there. That was a tornado for a second. You can even see it this is the whole supercell right here. Okay. This is all the inflow into it. You can see the red. So there's already likely a funnel right there. Okay. And watch when in the next couple frames, watch what happens. You can see the hook echo right there. See that? That's likely a tornado, or was, or is. Look, you can even still see the echo heading towards Kissimmee right now. I would say if you're in Kissimmee, you need to check your local reports to see if they've got a warning for you right now, because that looks a lot like a hook echo right there. And this whole mass, this is a huge mass right here. And at the bottom end of it, rotating in because of all the rotation, that is forming a hook echo. That's a tornado right there. A big one too. The fact that we can point it and see it that easy compared to all the other storms today, that is quite a large event right there. I'm almost certain that's a tornado right there. I would love to correlate it with the wind map, but I don't have that at my disposal right at the moment. Let's see if they actually have it. No. So that's pretty crazy. This whole mess in Orlando. Orlando is getting hammered right now. Orlando area, Kissimmee, Leesburg, Ocala, Lakeland, all getting hammered. Then you got up here. That's another little hook echo right there. Look at that. That's near Deltona, Orange City. I mean, we could pick these out all night. You know what I mean?
Did Ali just lose power?
I don't know. You know, he's pretty clear right now.
Oh, so I guess somebody just said they lost power, I guess. It popped up on my little window.
Capitan just said he lost power.
Oh, okay.
So for right now, we are done with El Capitan until he can get some power back. And as you can see, this is what he's dealing with right here. This line of storms coming in. Let's get it on the motion, people. See what Cap's dealing. Look right there. Boom. That's what's rotating into El Capitan right now. Matter of fact, I think I just saw something coming in off the coast. Let's zoom in. Look at this right here. See if I see it again. Ooh, that's close. Look at that. So there you go. That's what El Cap's dealing with right there. And all the stuff below it is advancing. Because remember, the storm is moving to the northeast. So even though all this stuff is moving to the northwest, keep in mind, it's also advancing to the northeast. So all of this stuff cycling in right now is going to be cycling into El Cap in a bit. It's not going away to the west. It's just rotating, and this whole mass is moving northeast. So all of this stuff is going to be positioned over El Capitan in the next hour or two.
Right.
It doesn't just blow away. It keeps coming in, and then the whole mass is moving that way. So all this stuff that's moving west over here is actually moving west and northeast.
Right.
I know it seems counterintuitive, but that's actually what's happening. The whole mass is moving northeast. So all of this stuff is moving northeast, even though it's flowing to the northwest.
Yeah, because it's still moving in the direction of
the system, of the low pressure.
Yeah.
Right. So all of this stuff right here that's rotating will just be up here soon, doing the same thing. It's not moving west. It's blowing out west. And that's why it ends up cycling around the backside on the west and coming back around. That's where the rotation comes from. It looks like it's completely lost its eye. It's trying to reform it. See, when this stuff gathers around, it's going to have this huge eye like a tropical storm does. And then it'll tighten up as it moves back into the Atlantic and become a Category 1 hurricane again.
All right.
So it is literally going through an eye replacement as it passes over the state today or tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just noticed that. I'm all talking about it. I forgot to actually put it up on the thing. So, we'll go back to where I think even when I was showing where Lou's at. But do you see how all this is rotating around? It's like you never get a clear spot in Tampa. It wanted to, but it didn't. And then this stuff up here, man, look at this nonsense. All up the I-4 corridor, basically, like everybody predicted. See this stuff cycling around this little spot of circulation? This might be a multiple vortice event right here. Oh, look at that, dude. Did you just see that echo, bro? Oh, what happened? Oh, now I got to reset it. Hold on. Look at this. Where was I at? Right here in the middle. Where did I just see that? Right there. Look at that. Oh, that's the same one. Head naked at Kissimmee. That's the one I was looking at earlier. That's how you know it really is one, Crypto, when you pick it out twice. Look at that. How well defined that is, bro. Then it just dissipates. Maybe to reform again. Who knows? But yeah, the I-4 corridor is getting hammered right now from Tampa to Orlando. Oh, I think this is what I saw right here. See how they just look like little brush fires, dude? These are all supercells. All of these.
Yeah.
And what do we got going on over here in Winter Park?
There's a line of thunderstorms.
Yeah, this is that whole big cell right here that has the hook echo on the bottom of it. Let's see what it looks like currently. That's current.
Yeah, thunderstorms, foreign tornadoes too.
Well, hopefully we get some power back for people and get some live reports coming in. We know El Cap's lost power. Mr. Polk has lost power and internet.
Let's see if Shake lost in.
Lou's got some stuff in my Twitter DM. Let's see what we got. Man, you guys have been on it tonight, man, with the video, bro. Jeez. Oh, look at this stuff. Oh, cool. Let's look at this stuff. Start there. Present. All right, guys. This is footage coming in from Lewis. This is a huge crane falling into a building in St. Petersburg. Wow. Look at that. That's all it takes. Probably should have brought the thing down, Crypto, before the storm got here, you know?
All right. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, definitely brought that crane down. They definitely supposed to be taking that thing down. Before the storm, yeah, those cranes supposed to be taken down. All building cranes supposed to be disassembled. Yeah, that was definitely negligence there.
Oh, that's the stadium. That's inside the Devil Rays Stadium. That's inside Tropicana Park. It's filling up with water.
All right. Is that where the crane was at too, or no?
No. Crane was in St. Petersburg, probably close to there. What do we got here?
9:30. We got high, heavy winds right now.
That's in Tampa. Look at that. So this is the backside coming in now, pushing the bay into the shore.
Very quick. It's getting hard to walk. Water's almost
I'm guessing that's either the eastern or the southern coastline of the bay.
He's knee deep into the
Wow, little park bench. That's cool, man. Thanks, Lou. It's like Cap's in it. Oh, Cap's got an update for us. Well, I'm still sharing. Wait, am I still sharing? Yeah, I'm still sharing. All right. Let's see what Cap's got to say. I don't know if which one's newer.
Freight train.
Oh, that's old. All right.
I mean, I wish you guys could hear this. Dude.
Right here.
What's happening, guys? Can't just walk the same over in these parts.
Oh, wait, we'll do this proper. Like the old networks. People, we got El Capitan up near St. Augustine in the thick of it, has lost power, but has been able to send us a report through his cell phone and the cell tower. So let's hear what he's got to say. Go ahead, Cap.
What's happening, guys? Can't just walk the same over in these parts. Just steady gusts of wind, howling, rain. You know, the full Monty. There'll be some, it's weird because it'll just be silent and then you'll hear the whistling in the air. Again, it just sounds like there's jets flying overhead or something. And then all of a sudden here comes all the rain and then the wind follows right behind it. Still just beating down on us. Water levels begin to rise. We'll see if the drainage holds up. Seems to be doing a good enough job though, to be honest. So for as much rain as we've had in these parts past 2 days now, it's doing pretty good. So back to you guys at the office, Color.
Thank you for that, Elcat. Hey, Crypto, you got some feedback coming in, bro.
all right.
Wait, where did that come from? Oh, I know where it came from. It's my other video. All right. So everybody, we got, did we touch 760 now, man? Y'all are bored on Twitter. We got a whole bunch of people joining us from Twitter tonight. Welcome, welcome, welcome. If you don't know, we're providing coverage of this storm event coming through because we're all Floridians. We all are here. We all live here. And we're all Miami Dolphins fans. And we normally drop virtual tailgates all day, every day for the Miami Dolphins, talking about Miami Dolphins football. So if you like that, or you're a fan of football, come over here and subscribe on YouTube to the Fins Tailgate. And we are providing you continuing coverage of Hurricane Milton. We've got myself sitting in West Palm Beach, holding down the fort, running the command center. I got Crypto joining me here. He's in Maryland, at close to the naval yard where all of the real deal equipment is for this stuff. And we got El Capitan, as you just saw, near St. Augustine in the northern part of the storm. One of the places getting hammered by the Hurricane Milton right now. We got Lewis providing me some video and some updates from the Tampa region, also in the thick of it right now, near the northern edge of the eye wall. And we got Shake Money. I haven't heard from him in a little bit, but he's down in the Port Charlotte region, where the main bulk of the initial storm surge has rolled in. We got Ali in Port St. Lucie, waiting on an update from him too. He might have lost power. Mr. Polk down in Miami, he has already lost power and internet. Despite things being pretty clear down in South Florida and Miami region, the winds are pretty steady at about 40, 50 miles an hour right now. So we'll wait for any of these guys to connect back up. If you've never visited us on YouTube, come over here and subscribe to the channel, hit the notification bell. And we will keep you going until I feel comfortable enough to go to sleep. I am currently monitoring the radar for any tornadic activity in my region. Looks like we got a nice little squall forming right off the coast of West Palm. That's going to be heading away from us, so we're all right there. Everything is clearing out really nice. We're just waiting on to see what happens with the rotation in the backside of this storm to see how far it dips south to know whether West Palm Beach and south is out of the clear, or in the clear, I should say, out of the woods. Big old line of squalls running through the Bahamas right now. Everybody, if you're hearing us from over in the Bahamas, make sure you're hunkering down and being safe. Should be a pretty quick event for you. This squall line coming through. You guys are used to much worse than that. And of course, all in all, Hurricane Milton right around 8 to 8:30 p.m. tonight, making landfall near the Venice region of Florida as a strong, or let's say maybe weak Cat 3, much more manageable than was to be expected. That was preceded in the day earlier this afternoon by a complete major tornado outbreak from just about the north end of the storm to Miami, all across South Florida and Central Florida, Tampa region, Clearwater, Fort Myers, Port St. Lucie, West Palm Beach, Lockahatchee, Wellington, Broward County, which includes Weston, Coral Springs, Western Miami got some. Did I leave anybody out? Clewiston, Fort Pierce, Palm Beach Gardens, all taking tornadoes today, while the National Weather Service issued upwards of 140 plus tornado warnings all throughout the day in the South Florida region. Quite unprecedented for Florida to be able to witness all that. Most of the time you don't know that's happening during a storm because the storm is the storm and you're not outside in the storm looking at the skies. So, real quick, just to give you an idea of what we're talking about here on the tornado warnings. This was an image put out earlier today by the National Weather Service of the total number of tornado warnings throughout the afternoon. This would include 133 warnings associated with Hurricane Milton, and this was posted earlier in the day. Since then, we've had probably a few more. And this is the image right here. This is the collection of tornado warnings that Florida experienced today. Starting from this morning, early afternoon, and into the late afternoon. I see you, Miss Fins. We jumped on and had a meeting and ramped up so quick that I completely forgot it was Wednesday. The storm started to make landfall way earlier than we thought. So we all get together. We're starting up our show. I didn't even realize it. I have to get you my picks and maybe show up in the morning for you or something and give you my portion of the segment. I do apologize for that. But appreciate you coming by. I'm guessing you just shut yours down, boy. You went long tonight without. Look at that. It's supposed to be shorter without me. I'm the one that makes you ramble all the time. But if you haven't checked out Miss Finn's content, she also does a dolphin-centric channel every morning from 8 to 9, maybe a little longer, Monday through Friday. And she's a great human being in general. So even if you don't like football, go visit her channel and subscribe to it.
Shout out to Miss Finn.
Ali says his roof sounds like it's going to be ripped off.
So
It sounds like probably it'd be all right, but it's what it sounds. It does. Boy, these winds howling, man. Like Cap said, you get all these whistling noises and howls, and it's like it really is. It's like being in a movie, like Cape Fear or something, you know. Matter of fact, that's the funny part about everybody thinking that, like, you know, the Carolinas and Virginia and all them places never get hurricanes. Oh, bull crap. Cape Fear. Like that was the set during a hurricane, was it not? You remember that one, Crypto, right? Cape Fear with Robert De Niro?
Yeah, I think it was.
Yeah, it was like Cape Hatteras or something, or not Cape Hatter, whatever's over there in Chesapeake Bay and all that. It was the Chesapeake Bay region that movie was set in.
That or either Cape Cod. Yeah.
Of course, let's not forget 1989, Hurricane Hugo absolutely destroyed the coastline of South Carolina. Yeah, I'm fine, Alex. Doing great. Just covering the hurricane, watching the radar, making sure we're not going to get hit by nothing that untoward, you know. But so far, it looks like the radar is really clearing up for us good. So I'm just concerned about how far this thing dips south before it exits out the state, because that backside of the eye wall is wrapping around. It's approaching Cape Coral right now, which is due west of where I'm at, about 2.5 hours. So if it doesn't lift up out to the north anymore, this southern eye wall very well could come close to clipping us. And if not, anything around it, you know, just beyond, it's going to be pretty strong. So I'm just kind of waiting to make sure this thing wobbles back to the north and exits out more north of Palm Bay, in which case, if that happens, South Florida is pretty much in the clear for the rest of the way, other than good, you know, steady 40-mile-an-hour winds and maybe the occasional fire up of some squall lines. But other than that, we'd be pretty much out of the clear. I'm just waiting on this western eye wall to do what it's going to do and finish moving through. It's actually moving through the Tampa region now. Roughly where Lewis is at, St. Petersburg, the Pinellas Peninsula, Largo. You're getting hit pretty hard right now. Let's see if I can figure out where that's at. Hold on. There's Spring Hill. Spring Hill's getting hammered. I remember Spring Hill. I remember all this Highway 19 corridor, man. I used to live over in Ocala. My dad had a business in Largo, and I would drive over there and visit him and, like, you know, stay for a week or whatever. So I visited up and down that 19 corridor quite often for a while. Spring Hill, Homosassa Springs, Beverly Hills, Weeki Wachee, Newport Richey, Palm Harbor, all them places down into Largo on the peninsula of Pinellas County. Sarasota getting the western eye wall, approaching it from the northwest as we speak, rotating in now. And of course, down where Shake's at, that band is rotating in. That's the southern part, and that's the part that I'm concerned. It's just north of Cape Coral, wrapping around, and I just don't know if the whole system is going to wobble to the north enough to keep it out of my neck of the woods. we're already getting some bands wrap around. One came through West Palm not about a half hour ago that's cycling up and becoming part of the eye wall. So I'm like just a little concerned that we're not out of the thick of it yet. We'll see what happens. I ain't ready to go to bed yet. I want to know what this damn thing's doing. Not too bad, Alex. Right now, no real rain. Just mainly, Nick Nolte. Was it Nick Nolte? Oh, it was both. That's right. I think. But not really getting much rain, just mainly wind right now. Tropical storm force with some pretty good gusts. Maybe 50 mile an hour, 60 mile an hour gusts, maybe. Steady at about 40. Make sure you guys are hitting me up on Twitter. I think the link is pinned. I don't know if we actually pinned it or not, but make sure you're hitting me up on Twitter. Send me any of your videos, pictures, whatever you got from wherever you're at. And we will get them up for everybody to see right away. Yep, that is. Looks like it is pinned in the chat. Good deal. All right, I just got told to check my XDM. All right, we'll see. We got new footage coming in. Let's see what we got here, or maybe maybe a report from El Cap. Let's see what it is. It is a report from El Capitan. All right. So we are gonna do report this.
Yeah, guys, it's absolutely hammering us over here right about now. I don't know if you guys can see the trees and stuff behind me, but
I can never hear it.
Just wave after wave of gusts, swirling winds. Everything just going absolutely madness out here. That's I-95 out there behind me. Might be able to catch it, but again, just getting brutal out here, bro. Just brutal. Yeah, dude, it's again, like I said.
Look like that tree behind him might be going pretty soon.
Right now, boys. Keep you guys updated. Keep you involved. Let you know what's going on. Hit the like button, you guys. Yeah, guys, it's
Thanks for that, El Cap. Make sure you're paying attention to that tree there behind you. That thing looks pretty, like it's swaying pretty good, man. And as you can see, we'll check the radar for where El Cap's at now. Because according to the radar, he is in fact getting hammered pretty hard. He's going to be up right about where my mouse cursor is right at the moment. You can see big time yellow and red waves starting to cycle in up there. This is probably the mess he's in right now, this yellow blob. It's like the storms want to move out, but then they get wrapped right back in the storm's rotation and have to change direction. Yeah, I'm hoping all of this stuff right here lifts out of here in this direction. We ain't got to deal with much more of it. There's the line of storms moving into the Bahamas. As you can see, they're going to be getting hammered for a little while. Short event, though. Once the line passes you, that's it behind it for a while. But all kinds of little spaggles of red in here. There's some violent stuff in this squall line right here passing over the Bahamas. It's approaching the northeastern island, Abaco, Berry Islands. And then a couple hours from now, Nassau will be in its sights. The thick of it right now, the worst part, you got the western eye wall moving into Tampa right now. They're cycling in a lot of nastiness. And then you've got Orlando, Kissimmee, Ocala region getting hammered right now by a whole big rotating mesocyclone right here. You can see this whole mass is rotating independently of the storm. Then you got a whole big old blob of nastiness heading out to the coast towards Titusville, up by the Cape. Then moving into the Ocala, Gainesville region, you've got stuff just now starting to cycle into Gainesville as it's moving north or to the northeast. All these waves are going to be starting to approach Gainesville pretty soon. You're already getting hammered, but you're going to get hammered by some wind too and heavier rain here pretty soon. That's where Shake's favorite college football team is, Gainesville. Saying right here, you got this stuff coming in here from the southeast, and then you got this stuff flies in from the north. This is all right in between the two. Right in this section is where El Capitan's at right now. So you can see why he's getting hammered so hard. Now you got a line of rain and all that moving through Palm Bay. Little secondary kind of inner feeder band there. That's actually part of the eye wall now. What's left of the eye wall, I should say. Because the eye has completely blown apart as the storm made landfall. I will go to there from right here because I don't want to pull up another browser again. We'll just go right to their weather page from here. Oh, the acreage. This is in the acreage. Oh, I don't want to see them. We don't want to share them. They'll copyright strike us. So we'll do it this way. We'll do it the original way. I'm about to pull up the wind field map so we can see exactly where this center of circulation is right now. Wow, look how far it's in now already, Crypto. Look at that. Still projected to go out Merritt. See, now it's a little, it's kind of getting now a little south of Merritt Island. You know what I mean? It is kind of wobbling south. First thing we'll do is look at this and watch this storm come in. Look at it just explode into the state. complete eyewall replacement right as it started to make landfall. It never finished. It's still working on its eyewall replacement now because it hit land and it's disrupted everything. All this wind shearing, all this shearing going on over here on the northwestern side, all of that has served to help weaken it quite considerably. See, now this is all actually what will reform as the eye when it gets out in the ocean. All this stuff will start curling over, and all this right here will coalesce into the eye. So what you're actually looking at now is a broken up tropical storm, pretty much. You can see it on the full map. It wants to rejoin, but you see how it looks like it got blocked by the land? Now on the whole scale, you can see it's basically a huge hook echo, like a big hook, just like the whole mass is just like. And that's because of the shearing. See, this front's coming in now, this high pressure, and it's like shearing it right here. And that's why it wants to ride right up along that ridge.
Color, we can't see nothing.
It's not on the screen. It's not on the screen.
You're
dang, Ollie.
You're not sharing anything.
Why'd you have to tell me?
Everybody in the chat's been saying something. Also, there was
I know, but I'm looking on that screen right now. I can't see chat. Here you go. Look at this storm, people. This is the 10-hour loop. You can watch it come in and explode right here. And so all of this, as I was saying, all of this now, it's trying to rotate back in, but it can't. This is right here is all what's going to coalesce into the new eye. It started an eye replacement at landfall, and it never completed it. It's still working on it right now. That's why we see what we see, that big circle on the radar that's trying to lead back in the south. But you got all this shearing going on right here. This is all shearing that's serving to weaken the storm. And you can see that it's actually riding that high pressure ridge. It's going to ride right along it and out to sea. It's kind of the high pressure. You can see it carrying the whole system.
You also
so
had
what you have here is now is a huge hook, just like a huge, like super scale tornado. You know what I mean? Like it's the same phenomenon. Just on such a larger scale. So we'll get over to the wind map here. Find out where the center of circulation actually is. So currently, the center of circulation is actually sitting right between Tampa and Lakeland, a smidge to the south. And so right now, you've got wind speeds funneling into Tampa at about 30, 40 miles an hour. They increase as you go outward a little bit up into the 60 range. Clearwater sitting at 54. The southern end of the storm, you're looking at, let's see, how high can we get? You got a 63, I think I just saw, or 53. Then on the northeastern side, you're dropping into, everything's pretty much dropping into tropical storm force. Here's your heavier winds coming into the inflow, 66, 64. And then, of course, on this side, you got stuff cycling into El Cap. And that's sitting at about the 40-mile-an-hour range. So let's see how this thing progresses. We'll go 6 a.m. 6 a.m., the center of circulation will be right smack in the middle of the state, just south of Orlando, near St. Cloud, Haines City. Winds will be coming into Tampa Bay at about 55 miles an hour by then. And it looks like West Palm, we're going to be, oh yeah, it looks like we're going to be spared of that southern eye wall. Good deal. So far, it looks like it. Because as you can see, that, that's, the winds get considerably stronger, but there's still only tropical storm force. So again, we're out of the clear, because even if that dips and we get that southern eye wall, you're still only looking at tropical storm force stuff. Of course, with a bunch of embedded tornadoes. That's really what I'm actually worried about. So then we go to 10 a.m. By 10 a.m., the storm will be on the coast of Merritt Island, exiting out right around where the launch pad is at for the shuttle. Winds will be coming into Tampa at about 45 miles an hour, going into El Cap at about 30 or so. And look how clear everything is down south. So by noon tomorrow, the center will be off the coast. And all this is going to be drawing in nice, dry, clear air. So that's what we're hoping for in the next about 11 hours or so, 10 and a half hours or so. And it'll be done. The storm of the century, the most catastrophic storm ever of all time, is going to be over in about 10 and a half hours. Oh, Dad Dean's thank you, Dad Dean, for the $2 donation. He says, drop the link. He has live footage in North Orlando. Ooh, that's where the business is at right now. That's what I was thinking too, Ali, but I'm hoping it'll probably clip you guys, but it'll still only probably be down to tropical storm force by then. Yeah, the last report, Cap, I did get that one and I played it. Yep, that's the most, I did play the most latest one. Yeah, from O-Town. I don't know. I don't know if I should post it in the chat because y'all are going to come up if I do. I haven't posted it yet, Miss Fins. Want to figure out how to get Dad Dean up here. Miss Fins, do you have Dad Dean on Twitter?
You could always have Dad Dean send it to the link that was posted at the top of the chat, bro, which is your DMs for X.
Oh, he wants to. He's live on his phone. He wants
he's live on his phone.
He's got live footage.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll just drop it. And look, I ain't gonna bring nobody else up, so don't bother trying. Unless you got something to report from wherever you're at. There's the link, Dad Dean. I love how this footage shows a tornado and it says possible tornado captured in Palm Beach Gardens. It's like, we're looking at it. No, it's a tornado. Good evening, Dad Dean. I should say good morning.
Yeah.
You said you're in Orlando, so roughly whereabouts in Orlando you at? We've been monitoring between Kissimmee and Orlando and Leesburg and that whole kind of area.
Okay, I'm located in a town called Orange City. It's about 15 miles north of Orlando. Lake Mary, DeLand, DeBerry area.
Oh, okay.
And I'm back by my pool right now, and I'll show you around. You can hear the generators going off around the neighborhood, but here we go.
You guys already lose some power?
It was flickering. See the damage to my screen right there? Can you see anything here?
I see a blue light. Oh,
Yeah,
that's
that's
the
my
pool.
pool.
Let me put it on solo. Maybe we can make it out better. Hold on. Yeah, it's a little dark.
Yeah. The screen's all busted in. Tree limbs fell down on it. And here's my my patio.
Is that water?
All this water right
That's
here.
that's coming in from
So
outside.
you had some flooding.
Yeah, yeah. This is my first time out here, so it's not too bad out here. It took my trampoline down. But this is
You
what
say you took it down, or
anything?
the storm took it down?
The storm took the screen down.
Oh, gotcha.
I have like one of those border screen things that took it down. But this is what it's like right now. I don't know if you can see anything. Real dark out here.
Yeah, it's a
lot
little
of
dark.
branches down in my yard. My the patio, screen patio's down. We're supposed to get hit in about another 3 or 4 hours.
Yep.
With the main storm. But it's been a steady rain. There is flooding here. I'll go around to the front of the yard, see what it's like out front. Yeah, some people lost their electric, but I'm lucky enough it hasn't shut off yet.
All right. Looks like Ali's lost power now too. Man, I gotta eat something, man. I better cook something before my power goes out.
Showing them what's going on out here.
I'm like the only one left with power, Crypto. Me and Dad Dean.
Oh, it's your show.
Hey, come to West Palm, everybody. We have power.
This is what it looks like out front. You guys see anything?
Not really. Take that light. You got a light in your hand? Or is that behind you?
I can't hear you guys. Yeah, we definitely have flooding here. It's like up to my my chin, almost up to my knees here.
That's in the front yard? Oh, we can almost see the shimmer of the water there.
I'm gonna go back inside.
Yeah, point towards that light.
I can't hear you guys, so I'm going inside.
Yeah, he's like wading through it. Yeah, and you're right, Miss Fins. For some reason, there's 790 people on Twitter still up and deciding to watch. I haven't checked YouTube in a minute. Let's see. Probably only got like 30 or so on YouTube at the most. But I appreciate you all chilling with me while I monitor this radar. I probably am going to shut it down here pretty soon and eat something and take a break, because El Capitan's going to bring us all of what we can report, assessing the aftermath tomorrow throughout the day, starting probably in the morning when things can be seen with the light and all of that. So make sure you're joining us tomorrow too. Subscribe to the channel and hit the notification bell so you know when we go live. There's 30 of you watching with us right now on YouTube. We appreciate it. If you haven't hit the like button, go ahead and hit it, because we only need about 23 more to make 100 tonight. So far, almost 1,300 of you have joined us. So we appreciate it. And, look, I completely, I enjoy making sure everybody has the right information, giving a place for people to come and report what people need to know. If you are outside of Florida because you left, because you evacuated. We also want to, we want to bring what's going on to you all so you kind of can get an idea of what's going on in your area. Shakes in the, we got Shake down in the Port Charlotte area, a little north of there. So if any of you all evacuated from there, we got Shake showing you kind of what's going on down there with the storm surges and the flooding. And we had Lewis chiming in, showing us some stuff in the Tampa region. If you left the Tampa region, you get to get a good idea of what's going on, back close to your home. Get an idea of how your home might be faring if you see what's going on here. We got Capitan up near St. Augustine, myself in West Palm Beach, Mr. Paulk in Miami, Ali in Port St. Lucie, who got hammered by tornadoes today. And, at some point, if you're outside and you evacuated, at least you might be able to get an idea of your region based on what we're bringing to you. And that's kind of why we wanted to do it. We're not experts. We're just old Floridians that have lived here most of our lives, and we're probably better than the experts. Just to simply tell you what's going on and tell you how we handle it, show you how we handle these storms.
Well, I don't think they would be called experts. Or amateurs are better than experts.
Yeah, tell me about it. But just showing you how the way we handle these storms down here as a thing that we deal with throughout our lives, on a seasonal basis, every time this kind of stuff happens, it's like, I always feel like I can help people feel a little better, like pump the brakes. You hear a lot of, hyperbole. The hyperbole is there to make sure people evacuate. There's a reason for it. I get it. But sometimes it can get a little much if you're an old Floridian and you know what to kind of really expect. And so this is how we roll during a hurricane. If we're not leaving, we're going to network together with friends and family and hey, what you got going on out there? Hey, how's it going on over there? Hey, let's look at the map. Let's look at the radar. Blah. Hey, I'm out of power. Whatever. Neighbors, same thing. All my neighbors right here, I don't even know half of them, but every one of them know that if we were in a disastrous event, that they can come to people for help. So that's how we roll down here. We don't. It's just a part of our life. And so maybe we sound insensitive sometimes, joking about all of it and partying and whatever else, but it's just how humans cope with stuff that they can't control. And it's something that we can't control. We never have been able to. And, most of us have dealt with it our whole lives. Oh, people from the eastern, the eastern seaboard, like Virginia City, the Carolinas, Georgia, Savannah, all the coastal regions in the Gulf, we all deal with it. And this is how we deal with it, so I'm glad you could join us and experience that with us. And I got some company with me all night, riding this thing out. I'm in a fairly safe area. I have been from the beginning, if you don't count the tornado outbreak today. But for all in all, we just want to make sure everybody who evacuated can get a little glimpse of what's going on back home. And a lot of those people understand what our language, when we're talking about stuff. What's up, Shekel? Just following the hurricane. I'd have to say, as much as I warned you guys about watching the skies for the tornado possibility, I have to say I wasn't expecting it to really actually happen like that. What I try to tell people is what happened today in Florida with this hurricane is actually the norm. It's actually normal. This is what we've been taught our whole lives happens in hurricanes. It's just that for the past 30, 40 years of being here, it really hasn't happened that way. But today it did. And today is actually the normal. We have this is the first time we've actually got to witness normal. When you talk about a tornado outbreak during a hurricane, this is normal. Just never happens. I know that sounds counterintuitive, but kind of like as many hurricanes as you see we get down here. And I've only taken a direct hit from one in my entire life. Just always in the wrong place at the wrong time, or I guess you could say the right place at the right time. Can you hear that whistling, Crypto?
No.
There's something outside of my apartment that the wind is channeling through that's whistling. It's crazy, man. Sounds pretty wicked. Every time I get a gust, it's like
No, I didn't pick up any.
Anyway, let's take one more good look at the radar. I don't have any messages coming in right now. Anything that we haven't seen yet, we will definitely see tomorrow. Oh, really quick, here's a good one. Lewis just retweeted this. It's posted from Kevin O'Donnell at Fox 13. I guess that's in Tampa. This is footage from downtown Tampa of the actual storm itself.
I'm Kevin O'Donnell in downtown Tampa with WTVT.
Look at that. That's probably close to 100 miles an hour. And you can see just steady, sustained. There ain't no wind gusts. You can see the gusts. Every time you see a wave of rain come through, that's a wind gust. And that's likely at 110. Wow. I never get sick of looking at that.
Pretty powerful system.
And of course, it's going between two buildings down a road, so it's concentrating the wind, which also makes it stronger. Like if that person, whoever's filming that, if they walked around that corner right now, they would be blown away. Thanks for tweeting that, Lou. That was pretty cool. See if we got any more stuff on Twitter coming out real quick before I jump out of here. There's Cap. We already got that report. Ooh, look at this. This is flash flooding in downtown Tampa.
Yeah. So
it looked like some kind of train station or like
feet.
At a train station or something.
It looks like it's about 2-3 feet worth of water.
Yep. There's a mobile gas station. You can see where the pump's at. That's how you can tell.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not a train station. That's the overpass. I think that's Highway 19. Or not Highway 19, but whatever the interstate that goes through downtown Tampa. I think that might be a road up on top of there. Well, that's pretty cool. Oh, let's see here. Wow, there's the roof of Tropicana Field. Oh, here we go. This is the backside of Milton, near Sarasota. So as you can see, when that backside comes through, they're not out of it yet. Look at that. Look at that water blow right over that, man. It's like just crazy. Look at them palm trees leaned over. That's probably a good 110 right there. That's your category 2 stuff right there, man. Coming on that southeastern or southwestern backside, man. That thing is whipping, dude. Look at that. Look at it lean them freaking palm trees over.
Yep.
Wow. 120 mile an hour winds, they're saying, were some spots. Oh, this is priceless. Hey, Mr. Hey, Mr. Cooper. Oh, you just found out why you don't do stuff like that, don't you? Oh, look at that. I didn't think the weatherman would actually get hit by a piece of flying debris. Oh my gosh, why am I standing out here to show people what we already know? That there's a lot of wind. Like, you do this every year. Why don't you just replay the footage you've already shown us? Instead of putting your life in danger, and now you find out why. You get hit by a piece of debris. How beautiful. I've been waiting to see that for years, man. Here you go, West Palm Beach. This is where I live. Look at that. Look at them apples. Look at that. There's a tornado nearby. That's probably not far from Wellington where that tornado was on the ground. All that stuff looks like it's going towards the tornado, going into it. Unless it's coming to them. This might be it right here. Wow. Look, it just knocked that one tree right over. Oh, that's a tornado. You can see because the trees changed direction. Look, shattered their freaking window. Look at that. Wow. They called it West Palm Beach, but that's actually Wellington. That's the from the Wellington tornado. Wellington's like a sister town of West Palm. It's West Palm. It's like the same, greater West Palm Beach. Right here is when the funnel gets here. Watch the trees change direction. Woo! Ooh, see them whipping the other direction? And then everything goes haywire because the tornado has arrived. That is cool. Yeah. 100 to 110 mile an hour backside winds in downtown Sarasota, right? About 3 hours ago. Probably not a good idea to be driving around in it. This is in Bradenton, also about 3 hours ago. Downtown Fort Myers. So definitely some flood damage in a couple of the major towns. Yeah, my shutter hasn't stopped rattling now for like the last hour. So we're in our steady stuff right now. Definitely. That must be what's whistling. Anyway, everybody, come over to YouTube, hit the like button, and make sure you're subscribing to the channel. Go to tftgnetwork.com, bookmark it, and make it your homepage. And we'll always bring you this kind of coverage when we have a major storm event like this because we love doing it. We're all Floridians. Even Crypto spent enough time in Florida to be a Floridian. You used to live up. You used to live up there where most of our recent hurricanes have gone, man. Right there in the Panhandle. Oh yeah, that's right. Miss Finn's keeping me straight. Wants me to show the radar one more time. I certainly will. I will certainly do that. Let me try to find a different one right now. We'll go to one of my favorites from over in Missouri. KDSK, I think it is, or KSDK, KDSDK out of St. Louis. They've got a good storm team, having to track the tornadoes all the time. And, oh, by the way, in case you're wondering, while I've got it up here real quick, where is it at? There's La Plata. Where'd it go? There's Columbia. Should be right over here. There's Hannibal. There's Bowling Green. And we should be hitting it. Here's Moscow Mills, Frankfurt, New London, Hannibal. How come it's not showing me where it's at? Yeah, I think Miss Finns knows what I'm looking for. There's Troy, Eolia. Been to all these places. Bowling Green, Frankfurt. I don't see what I'm looking for. Up there it is. Look at that. See this little town right here, Crypto?
Yeah.
This little
I gotta put it on the screen.
Town.
You trying to show it on the screen?
Oh, that's right. God, I keep forgetting to share. I'm getting tired. You can tell. Keep forgetting to share with y'all. So there we are. You see that little town? That little town's called Palmyra, Missouri. You might remember Palmyra, Crypto. See where this little tiny town right here? If you blink, you might pass through it and not even know it. That's the whole town right there. There's the one gas station I used to work on right along this road right here. And this little town, Palmyra, in the middle of north central Missouri near Hannibal, right here where my mouse finger is still sitting, that is where the great Skylar Thompson was born and raised. Look how close it is to Kansas City. Look how close it is to Kansas City. It's just on the other side of the state, bro.
Yeah.
He literally grew up in the weather that we played in the playoff game.
Yeah.
Oh wow! Look how strong that squall is right there. That's going into Dad Dean.
He gets us 27 points, color. He gets us 27 points.
Right. So Dad Dean said he was near Deltona. That's right where my mouse is. And look at that band coming into him right now. Wow. That might be the strongest band we've seen for most of this night right there. Look at that. And this is all the stuff coming in, cycling into where El Cap's at right here.
Yep.
All this. Now let's put it into motion. The great thing about this radar is it loads up pretty quick.
Yeah.
You could also get a future cast on it.
Yep.
Notice here, so all this stuff is just sitting there. And then notice at the last frame, this all starts to change direction towards the east, northeast, and lift out. So now the eye is finally moving again to the northeast. You know what I mean? Like watch it happen. All this starts double backing now to the east, this whole mass. And so now right here, so now the storm is finally actually advancing out to the northeast. You know what I mean? And that's why it bowed up that band right there, is actually heading out to sea. And if we zoom in on it, we can actually see its action. So watch, it'll bow up right here and be heading out. See, now it's actually moving out to sea. It's crazy stuff, man. It's really just amazingly fascinating. And that was just thrown off by the eye. That was the eye wall. It just detached its eye wall, basically. And what I think's going to happen at this last frame is all of this stuff is going to start drawing back into the rotation and become its new eye wall. That's what I'm thinking. Right about here as it exits out. So let's see what the future cast says. The future of rock and roll. Well, that wasn't very informative. Yep, just like I said, look at that. You see it wrapping back around and becoming its new eye wall.
Yeah.
And it looks like
Sure.
Is Ollie going to get another round? Yeah, it looks like Ollie's going to get another round of rain, but not anything really thick.
Right.
And then this, of course, you know, all of this in the Orlando, as it dips back now, all of this is going to become tornadic because it's going opposite of what its rotation is. But other than that, we'll be pretty clear. We'll be good to go. See, here in West Palm, we're pretty much done with it now. There ain't really nothing else dragging in. All of this is dry air injecting into the storm from the south.
Yeah.
So with that, I think I might call it a morning. This radar is pretty cool, Crypto, because you can zoom in and you can overlay the storm cell warnings. So you can have it like show the actual boxes on the radar while it's moving and all that. If you wanted to, it's got all these layers you can add. You know, radar and satellite, so you can see the clouds and the rain.
Right.
So even though it looks like, when you look at the satellite, it looks like the hurricane is covering the whole state because most of that's upper level clouds that's not actually rain. You know, so there you can see the radar superimposed over the clouds, so you can see what is actually rain and what is actually not getting rained on right now, even though it looks like there's a hurricane over it. Like all this right here. If you just looked at the satellite, you'd think there's all kinds of rain going on in there, but there's not.
All right.
Now you might have been able to hear the shudder that time. You hearing that? Just rattling away. But then you also got you can put on where is it? Storm tracks to see all these little individual cell tracks. And they even tell, oh, wow, there's a lot of them. Look at all these cells. They even tell you whether they're mesocyclones or not, whether they're, whether they might be tornadic, stuff like that, and which zone they're moving towards.
Right.
You don't really want to use storm tracks during a hurricane. Obviously, you can see it's not telling you much. But when there's a regular line of thunderstorms, you can actually see each individual cell and which way it's heading. That's a nice feature.
Yeah.
And then you got active tropical track. You can overlay the hurricane track. Currently still at a category 1.
Right.
And then, of course, the spaghetti models you can superimpose on it too. Then, of course, you got tornado and severe storms. So this will show you whether there's, a tornado warning or watch. Tropical, obviously, you can see the hurricane warnings and the tropical storm warnings now. So, yeah, and this is the provider of the radar is it's a WIC system. It's not owned by KDSK or KSDK, but it's like one that a lot of the news stations use on their phone apps and then their website, and they all work the same way. Like I've got the Fox 29 app on my phone for this area, and it has the same exact like radar thing. It looks the same and everything. It's all made by the same company. It's a pretty decent little radar system. Matter of fact, I can show you that I'm not lying. Oh no, that's Fox News, not Fox Local. Hold on. Then we'll go to weather. Yeah, I know, Fox. I know. See, the radar is exactly the same program, same layers. See that? And I can make it like just like the other one showed with the satellite Earth and all that. See, same radar. Those are the best ones. Anyway, everybody, good morning to you. And thank you, Miss Fins. And Cap says he lost power and he can see transformers blowing left and right. And he can hear the electricity. Wow. Yeah, Dad Dean, you've got that nasty orange umbrella, whatever it was, blob that detached from the eye wall that's heading in your area. That's what you guys are dealing with. It's probably some of the nastiest stuff we've seen yet for the regular storms that are away from the center. It was some pretty deep red. Yeah, you guys are in a pretty bad squall coming up. Like if it ain't already there, or it's not, right now. You probably for the next hour or two, you're going to be in some nasty stuff, Dad Dean. Keep an eye out for everything. But wow, it's been a long one. Almost got up to 800, man. Look at that. Now 29 of you on YouTube, 763 on X. I don't know what y'all heathens are doing so late on Twitter, but so Cap says transformers blowing left and right We lost power a little bit ago. Won't be able to get any footage until tomorrow, but it's coming down right now. So he's saying it's pretty heavy right now. He's sending the last, what'll probably be the last videos of the night to my DM right now. And this is basically what Cap's going to have to go through for his storm event for the next few hours. Okay, let me share first. I'm going to share first this time. I could, but crypto don't really want to talk, Miss Fins. Crypto, did you see what Miss Finn says? She says, why don't you let crypto talk so you can eat and keep the show going?
Oh. I'm a little bit under the weather.
I'm surprised how light it is out for him. Look how light it is outside for him. Well, you can just make out the clouds moving overhead. They're moving pretty fast. Ooh, good little lightning strike there. Look at that.
Yeah, that was pretty bright there. Unless that's the lights in the background of the city or something, it looks like it's pretty bright.
Or that flash could have been one of the transformers nearby.
Still kind of light.
See if we got anything else interesting here on Twitter. God, I can't stand these jackasses, man. Hey, why don't you go jump in that, bro? Why don't you walk out there?
Who was that?
One of the other weather guys. So this is pretty cool. This is a time lapse from a weather stem camera near Moorhaven, Florida, which is Lake Okeechobee, basically, on a tornado-warned storm. So this storm had this storm cell had a tornado warning on it. Watch it form. It actually forms. There you go. Right there. It's wanting to. Look, it touches down right there. And then you can see it. It's touched down right there. Multiple vortices too. Look at that. That is so awesome. Oh, I love it. Oh, what does this guy have to say?
Me. And you guys probably think I'm upset, but honestly, it's a huge relief not to be coaching this poverty franchise anymore. Just imagine coming into work every day and getting dirty looks from that ayahuasca-sipping douchebag Aaron Rodgers. Yeah, Aaron is one of the best quarterbacks in NFL history, but we're talking about a guy who's betrayed every teammate he ever had, including his own family. You know, I'd rather watch that MILF-hunting Mormon Zach Wilson throw 5 picks a game than spend another day with that toxic, washed-up bum of a man. Woody Johnson decided to throw Robert Saleh under the bus today. But the real tragedy is that he's been throwing the people of New York under the bus for over a decade. I just don't understand who the fuck would buy a ticket to watch a team that hasn't been to the playoffs in over 15 years. This entire organization can kiss my hairy Lebanese ass. The New York Jets just fucking fired me. And you guys probably think I'm upset.
That's hilarious, dude. That was a little treat.
Wow.
That was a little
classic.
Dolphin fandom treat for the end of the show. Gotta love it. Yeah,
Man.
everybody, make sure you're
Good old Robert Saleh.
yeah, make sure you're keeping safe out there. Don't go outside if you don't need to. It's already 2 a.m. There ain't no reason you probably don't need to go outside anyway. Don't be like me and go walk to the gas station. Just kidding. I'm not walking to the gas station. But thank you everybody for joining us. It's such a pleasure to bring all this coverage to you because I just love weather. I love talking about it. I love telling people what I know about it. I love asking people questions that know more than me about it. I love it all. Except for earthquakes. They bore me. So on that note, everybody have a good morning, rest of your morning. Stay safe. Have fun tomorrow because it looks like this thing is probably going to clear out pretty soon. Next 10 hours or so. And I know we all got the day off tomorrow, so party it up because it's going to be a nice day tomorrow after probably about noon, 1 o'clock, maybe 2. Going to be a gorgeous day. And the bosses all thought we were going to have to take off today from the storm, so we call that in Florida, we call that a bonus day. For those of you not working tomorrow, we look forward to you joining us to assess the aftermath of Hurricane Milton that is currently passing through the state. Made landfall around 8:30 near the Venice region of Florida, Venice area. Preliminary reports is that it could have been a lot worse. We'll see more as the sun rises and see more of the damage. We're going to have to assess a lot of tornado damage from yesterday's tornado outbreak in the South Florida region and Central Florida region, as well as any that have happened tonight that we haven't gotten reports on. I'm sure there's been many and will be many more. So, let's hope for the best for everybody that's still got to deal with it. All of you up in the Orlando, Ocala region, Tampa region, everything down the West Coast, getting the Western eye wall right now. Be safe. Stay inside. Cook some French toast. And make sure your peduncles are down because you need that power. And keep your fins up because you're probably going to get wet. Good morning, everybody.